6:25 p.m. I'm going to call the special city council meeting to order. Would the city secretary please call the roll? If Jennifer's in. If she's not logged in, I'll call it. All right, I'm gonna call the roll. Ellison.
Present.
Flores Kale. Rizzo.
Present.
Mayor's here. Bradshaw. Parsley.
Present.
Tobias.
Here.
All right, we have 5 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, citizen comments period. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments. Next up, executive session. Pursuant to Chapter 551, y'all go ahead and go if you want. Texas Government Code, City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any of the following topics: pending or contemplated litigation, or to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to Section 551.071, New Haven Assisted Living Facility Municipal Boundary Agreement, 1119 North Old Highway 81, Kyle Uber 314 update, possible purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate pursuant to 551.072, and then convene into executive session pursuant to Chapter 551.087 Texas Government Code to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives to one or more business prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand near the city. Project Front Runner. We're in executive session now. Thank you. Here in executive session, there will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn. We are adjourned. We'll, let the tapes roll over and then we'll start the meeting. All right, good evening, everyone. The time is 7:09 p.m. It is Tuesday, February 15th, and I'm going to call this regularly scheduled City Council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Ellison.
Present.
Flores Kale.
Here.
Bradshaw.
Here.
Parsley.
Here.
Tobias.
Here.
All right, all members are present. We have a quorum. Next up, approval of the minutes. I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes for February 1st, 2nd, and 6th, the regular and special.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a citizen comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have 3 who have registered so far. First up, Ms. Daphne Tenorio.
My name is Daphne Tenorio. I live at 222 Arapahoe Drive in Kyle, Texas. The reason that I'm coming to you this evening is because of family holdings that we have properties here downtown. And I noticed on the agenda that there are some changes proposed to the zonings. So first off, let me just tell you, when the money from the pipeline was spent on that park, I was not pleased. I'm still not. However, it is beautifully done. Still wish the money had gone to EMS, fire department, and the police. It did not. It is complete. Changing the zoning to get rid of food and restaurants from that area is silly. One of the things that I mentioned to some friends when I saw that beautiful park when it was being built, I said, oh, goody, I can let my kids play while I go have a beer until 2 in the morning. So the purpose of that park was to develop family-friendly dining activities, and I would really like to see our council fulfill that dream that was thought of many, many years ago. So those are my 2 cents, which may not be worth a penny, but I wanted to share that with you because if we're really here to build a family-friendly, beautiful community, let's see it all the way through. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Ms. Stella Duran.
Hello. I'm here just to talk about the water bill, why our water bill is so high. I have a lot of people that on my Nextdoor app, and they all complain what is going on with the water bill that is so high. So that's the only reason I'm here, to let y'all know why and if anything can be done about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Ms. Evangelina Chapa.
Mayor, council members, I'm Evangelina Chapa. I live in here in Kyle, the district CBD 1, and I'm here to ask you not to consider the adding the usages of the brewing pub to CBD 2. And I want you to think of the residents that live here, that have been living here and making their living as a hometown. When we're adding all these pubs, these bars, I don't consider it a safe town. And I wish that you would think of all the residents that live here that have issues with the loud noise, which is one of the biggest issues we have. I know that probably the brewing pub would have music. I know the Papa Jack's had the karaoke, and the people were complaining about that. Some people were complaining about the street that's so dark, Center Street. They're afraid to even come at night through there because of the pedestrians. There's not enough lighting. The parking is congested. I had one business people told me that I'm tired of cleaning the vomit on the sidewalks. Other residents have told me they're tired of picking beer cans, bottles that are thrown or either blown there. One resident told me there was a drunk guy on their porch, sleeping on their porch. They woke up and there he was. Others told me that around the gazebo, sometimes they find a lot of trash on there. I know that I've just hearing the council members and in the comprehensive plans, it's here, they say that they want to beautify it to attract tourism. They want boutiques so people can come and do their shopping and enjoy the town. They want eatery places so that they can have enjoy it, their meal, and then continue their shopping. Well, all this makes Kyle an family-oriented place. By adding more bars to Kyle, it's not beautifying it. It's not making it family-oriented. And bars are only open at night. And the clientele would be drinking. They wouldn't be shopping in those cute little boutiques. So I hope that you do not consider this type of business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comment forms that I have. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close citizen comments. It is now closed. Next up, agenda item number 5, appoint nominee for position of the Kyle Ethics Commission. This is Ms. Parsley's item. I did want to state before we start that I know we're working on a boards and commissions policy, but for the record, the Ethics Commission appointee is a process that is considered outside of that. So Ms. Parsley has the right and duty to nominate someone. So I'll turn the floor to Ms. Parsley.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to make my suggestion to appoint Ms. Shari Bigelow Bauer as my Ethics Commission nominee. Shari is eminently qualified to serve in the Kyle's Ethics Committee. She holds a degree in business from Wheaton College in Illinois and has utilized her education by serving in positions ranging from sales to marketing and management for the Bigelow Development Corporation. She also has devoted countless hours to causes she's passionate about. She has been a member of the Hays County Republican Women for many years and recently served as the organization's president, where she oversaw membership, event planning, and fundraising. In this capacity, Shari was so successful that she was asked to oversee financial management at a fundraiser for Governor Abbott. In her personal life, she is unquestionably devoted to her children and works tirelessly to ensure they are brought up with the values that have exemplified her life. She has invested 25 years for homeschooling each of her 5 children. The fruits of these investments are obvious as her adult children have grown to become highly regarded and professional members of the community, and her younger children are very polite, respectful, and well-educated. In summation, I simply cannot think of a more qualified person to serve as on the Kyle Ethics Committee than Shari Bigelow Bauer. Her personal and professional life are a testament of her unwavering ethics and dedication to her community's future. I would like to formally recommend Ms. Bauer for your approval for the membership on the Kyle Ethics Committee.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any comments, questions? Councilmember Tobias.
Yes. I had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Bauer, and we had a great conversation. She's here, over there. And we had a good talk about one of the reasons why she wanted to be appointed is her many years of volunteering in the community and also with her family business. And she kind of described a lot of what she does on a daily basis with her volunteering and with her company, and it shows a high regard for integrity. And I did ask her the question that if there was ever a situation to where an ethics concern or a complaint is brought forward, how she would handle. And she stated that I would get all the information as much as possible, read it all, and be fair about it, and look at all the facts before we make the recommendations to the council, but also working with other commissioners to see what we can find and make this pretty much very equal on that end. So again, it was a pleasure to speak to you, Ms. Bauer, if you're up there. And I appreciate your time and getting back with me. And I like to make the recommendation for her to be appointed as well.
Second.
All right, it's been motioned by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Ellison, that we approve Shari Bigelow Bauer to the Ethics Commission. Is there discussion on that motion?
Would like you to come up, please. I just wanted to say, I wanted the public to see who you were. Okay. That's the reason why. But, because we've been talking from the back, but I just wanted to say thank you for wanting to serve in this capacity. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the time you put into the community, and welcome.
Thank you for allowing me
If
the
the
opportunity.
vote goes this way, welcome to Team Kyle, hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Flores-Kale.
I just want to say thank you, at least for opening yourself to that opportunity. We've spoken on several occasions,
Yeah.
And what I like about Ms. Bauer is we don't necessarily have the same, beliefs as far as blue, red, but she's great. Like you would never tell. She reminds me a lot of Ms. Councilmember Parsley. Is that you just can't tell. And so sometimes I like to just say, guys, maybe we don't look towards that and we look past that because. I think if I would have come in with that preconception, I wouldn't have given you a fair chance. But after speaking with you, you are a great nominee, and
Thank you.
I would love to see you on there as well. So thank you for even accepting it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyone else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries
Thank you.
7-0. Thank you so much. All right, next up, agenda item number 6, President George Washington Day Proclamation. I always kind of have certain rules about proclamation requests, and one of them is, trying to do something special. Mr. Stu Hoyt always comes to make the proclamation eventful and memorable, so I want to thank you for that and invite you to come forward. And while you do that, I'm going to go ahead and read out this proclamation. Whereas the United States of America was established following the War of Revolution from 1776 to 1783, a war won through the brilliant and courageous leadership of George Washington, revered father of our nation. And whereas George Washington, who lived from 1732 to 1799, mobilized the Continental Army and led the American colonies against the most powerful country in the world, finally defeating the British at the famous Battle of Yorktown, Virginia. And whereas this revered founder of our nation resisted the efforts of many supporters to make him a king or dictator, instead using his influence and power to support the creation and adoption of the Constitution of the United States. And whereas George Washington was elected as the first president of the United States, serving 2 terms of office from 1789 to 1797, and through his devotion, wisdom, and vision became the exemplar of distinguished leadership for all future presidents. And whereas the William Hightower chapter of the Sons of American Revolution wished to encourage all citizens to recognize the epical contributions of George Washington to our nation by celebrating his birth on Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022. Now, therefore, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, do proclaim February 22nd, 2022 as President George Washington Day and call upon all citizens to recognize and honor the brilliance, courage, and vision of the father of our nation and the relevance of his life and the preservation of our democracy in today's complex world. Thank you for bringing this forward. Mr. Hoyt, do you have anything you'd like to say? Sure. You can step to the podium if you'd like to make a remark.
Again, Council, my name is Stu Hoyt, and I am a member of the Sons of the American Revolution. We get our membership by proving direct bloodline descendancy of those that supported the cause of freedom, that cause that we all enjoy today. My ancestor fought at the Battle of Bunker Hill. One of our goals is to promote and never allow the history that was established to be erased. But yet it is. Subtly, it is. George Washington, the father of our nation, gave 35 years of his life so that we could enjoy the privileges we had today. It wasn't easy. He had to fight his own generals. He had to fight Congress. He had to fight the people to get things done. And yet, we have a Constitution today of which he presided over that is the longest, the greatest, and no other nation can claim that heritage. And yet, on January 1st, 1971, Congress, in hopes to make things easier for the public, passed the Unified Mondays Holiday Act, giving us a long weekend. What it did was killed George Washington's birthday. Today, the children of our schools, and most of you, have no idea when George Washington was born. It is an embarrassment for such a man that gave his entire life to be put second place in history. And I want to thank the Kyle City Council for promoting February 22nd, George Washington's birthday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Here's this, and if we'd like to, we can stand and we can do a photo with Mr. Hoyt. If you want to stand here, we'll squeeze in behind you. We'll be up here, and we'll take a photo. Is that okay?
I can get tall.
No, you're perfect. You're perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Hoyt, I just want to say thank you for being here. I know you've had a busy day. I got to see you at Commissioner's Court today, so.
This is my fourth one.
Oh, my God. So definitely, thank you for being here.
Thank you. All right, next up, agenda item number 7, Spay Neuter Awareness Month, Council Proclamation. Councilor Ellison.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation. Thank you, Mr. Hoyt. I'm bringing forward a proclamation, council proclamation here. I don't have the pomp and circumstance of the previous one, we thought about bringing a bunch of community cats in here and having them roam free range. But then I remembered I'm allergic, so probably not a good idea during the pandemic. All right. Well, anyway, I'd like to proceed with reading through this City Council proclamation. Whereas domestic animals have provided companionship to people for centuries, offering love and loyalty along with providing many other benefits to their owners and human families. And whereas it is estimated that the majority of U.S. households own pets, understanding the mental and emotional benefits of pet companionship, yet millions of animals are still without permanent homes. And whereas each year millions of animals who are otherwise healthy and adoptable are either euthanized, left homeless, or forced to live on the streets or be kept in shelters. And whereas it is estimated that a majority of pets living in an underserved community are not spayed or neutered, leaving them open to reproducing and adding to the overpopulation problem. And whereas spay and neuter initiatives reduce incidents of homeless animals, certain life-threatening diseases, and even curb negative behavior. Whereas the City of Kyle, in support of the Positive Outcomes Implementation Plan, supports responsible pet ownership and encourages the community to fix their pets to reduce the number of unwanted pets which may become homeless, stray, or enter the regional animal shelter. And whereas spaying and neutering of pets and trap, neuter, return of free roaming community cats are integral components of reaching an increasingly higher live outcome rate and reducing the number of stray and homeless dogs and cats. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of Kyle that the month of February 2022 help promote spay and neuter awareness, signed here this 15th day of February. So I want to thank Shari and I'm sure a bunch of others that worked together helping me get this proclamation together. It is not often that I get a proclamation that I don't write myself, and I was very impressed with this one, and thank you for your assistance with that. As well, I just want to continue to bring awareness to, we all use the San Marcos Animal Shelter here in this region. There are certainly, as I mentioned, overpopulation issues. We've probably been hearing a little bit more of that lately, and I'd implore this council and this city to do what we can to help. And it can be simple things, just awareness, helping use our social media channels to help promote a different animal each week, or just different things like that. Because just the fact of knowledge and awareness of what the community can do, all kinds of different programs, volunteering opportunities, fostering opportunities, many different avenues for this. And I'd love to get the city's help and continue to bring awareness to that. But that's my proclamation. Certainly open to council's comments or feedback. But if nothing else, and if there's support, I'd like to have a picture as well.
All right, any comments? All right, let's do the photo.
I'm Shari Boyette. I'm the Hays County Animal Advocate for the Judge's Office, and I've also founded Prevent a Litter. We offer spay-neuter assistance for low-income people who qualify and low-cost spay-neuter for residents of Hays County. We're the only thing that is going right now for spay-neuter on a low cost. And 15% of the people that were serviced with their pets last year came from Kyle. So preventalitter.com. Fix your pet and your weird friends. Thanks.
All right, next up, agenda item number 8, City Manager's Report.
All right, Mayor, Council, happy to present the City Manager's Report for this evening. First up, go ahead and advance the slide. Grant? There we go. All right, just a quick reminder that city offices are closed this next Monday in honor of President's Day on the 21st. Next, Councilmember Ellison.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, rescheduled Dialogue for Peace and Progress celebrating Black History Month will be this Friday at 7 o'clock, 7 to 8:30 here at the City Council chambers, as well as you can watch online, Channel 10, our Facebook, YouTube channel, bunch of different ways. And if you miss it that night, surely always a great opportunity to watch on any of those as well after the fact. Always have great discussions, dialogue, certainly for peace and progress, talking about various different subject matter that we typically don't talk about publicly. And then we get to hear from people in our community that we typically might not hear from as well. So certainly I'd be remiss if I didn't say this, and I was certainly remiss that I didn't bring it up during our visioning workshop. I want to thank the council, and specifically because you all have given me the opportunity to continue to work with staff and continue to have this programming since we started in June of 2020. It is not lost on me that support and in many cases encouragement by you all, and so I want to thank you all for that. As well, and hope we certainly look to expand on these. Certainly, if anybody in the community wants to be a part of these, staff can attest, and those that work to it, we're trying to get a diverse range of ideas and opinions on the panels to have those discussions, because we realize we do have various different views, but it doesn't mean we can't live in a healthy and collaborative community together. And so that is the goal of this, and that's why it derived the name that it has. So thank you, council. Thank you to the city that supported it as well, and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next slide. Okay. Samantha, if you'd like to talk about.
Samantha Armbruster, Director of Communications. Our annual community survey is live. So it is live until April 4th. Anyone who completes the survey, and this is our time to really hear from all residents about city services, what we're doing well, what maybe we can improve on, and how it will help council as we move into the budget year. So very important survey. Encourage everyone to complete that, and all that enter or complete it will be entered to win a prize pack. So cityofkyle.com/survey. It is available in English and Spanish, and in person at City Hall and the library as well for those who aren't able to do it online.
And just a note to the public, this is a great and important step in the city's annual budget process, so we hope we get as many responses as possible. All right, next slide. All right, we have Assistant City Manager James Earp.
Mayor, Council, for the record, James Earp, Assistant City Manager. I'm here to announce that next week on Thursday, February 24th, from 6 to 7 p.m. here in the council chambers at City Hall, we will be hosting a public open session, open house for the Smart City initiative that is being put together by Honeywell in partnership with us. We look forward and encourage the public to come out and to give an exchange. There'll be effectively like a presentation to help the public that shows up to kind of understand what the foundation of a smart city is. And then they'll be looking at soliciting feedback so they can incorporate that ultimately in their final plan.
Great, thank you. Next, we have the Great Texas River Cleanup. Kathy Raker.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council Member Kathy Raker, Stormwater Program. For the record, we are gearing up right now for the 37th Annual Great Texas River Cleanup. This is going to be Kyle's 5th year to participate in the event. So far, it's been very successful. We meet at 8:30 a.m. at Waterleaf Park, and we're going back to pre-COVID standards where we will be serving breakfast tacos for breakfast and pizza for lunch. We're still going to encourage social distancing and mask wearing for those that are unvaccinated. And also, too, I just wanted to thank council for being supportive of this event. I greatly appreciate it. It's a fun time. And sign up is available, and so far I think we have 14 volunteers out of 100. So sign up, everybody that's watching.
just want to add to that and encourage council and their families to go out there. I know me and my family, Councilman Ellison, are usually at these cleanups. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Tobias is, but, oh yeah, Tobias is there as well. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, I was in the other park. I'm sorry, Mike. But yeah, definitely it's a fun event. My family and I enjoy it. We do it as a family, and it's great to see the other families there as well. I talked to one family last year, the Reyes family, and they talked about how it was a great life lesson for their kids. So I encourage everybody to come out and be a part of it. It's great, and it's a great way to clean up our streams and some of our parks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then we have our Director of Parks and Recreation, Mariana Espinosa.
Good evening, Mariana Espinosa, Parks and Recreation Director. Just a couple updates for programs and events going on in the park. If you have not seen yet, at Mary Kyle Hartson Park, we have a Valentine's backdrop at the gazebo. It's just out there, free, lots of fun. Photos can go out there, take selfies, share them on social media. It will be up all week until next Monday. Yesterday, we started our first sunrise yoga class at Lake Kyle. It's at 7:15 every Monday, and it is a free class. It's actually really pretty. It's a beautiful sunset at Lake Kyle. If you know anyone interested in that. On Monday, February 28th, we will start our free baton twirling classes for youth. They are free, basic, beginner classes, and our goal is that we will build a Kyle baton twirling club that will perform in our parades and special events. And those classes will be taught on Mondays at 5:30 at Lake Kyle. And our registration for our family skate nights at Ash Pavilion is also open now, and our first family skate night is March 5th. That's it.
All right, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Scott. All right, next up, agenda item number 9, presentation regarding additional services for wave vehicles using the Kyle Uber 314 program. Mr. Jerry Hendrix.
Mayor, Council, for the record, Jerry Hendrix, Assistant City Manager. As you know, our Kyle Uber 314 program continues to grow and provide services to not only our residents, but some residents just outside our city limits, and also it's becoming a model for other communities in the area that are hearing about it as a way to provide transportation services effectively, scalably, and affordably. But we're not done with it yet. Still have some room to work on it. One of the things we've been working on is how to improve accessibility to wave services, our wheelchair accessible vehicles. And we currently have that option available on our application, but it's not where we want it to be. So we've been turning over every bush and every rock to find more services, and we found that with Marudi Enterprises that provide a service called MT Connect, currently providing services in San Antonio and New Braunfels. And we believe we've reached an agreement for them to bring their services into Kyle. I have on the Ring Central, Parth Parikh, who's the Director of Operations for Marudi, who we've been working with. He's going to run you through our proposal real quick. Afterwards, we'll have be available for questions and answers. And if there are no objections, then we'll start working on a contract. So Parth, it's all yours.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the Kyle Council for taking the time to speak with us. I'm sharing my screen now to put up a presentation. I hope everyone is able to see it.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. So Marudi is we're a DBE transportation provider in the state of Florida and Texas. We've worked in the industry for over 16 years, and we team both with public agencies and private agencies. On the presentation, there's a few of the current companies and agencies that we work directly with. In San Antonio, we are a strong partner with Humana and Conviva, which are healthcare solutions. Marudi's MT Connect is a non-emergency medical transportation program that we've partnered with Uber to provide. The goal of this project is to, one, guarantee trip availability for Kyle and its residents. The second is to provide a booking solution for all residents, multiple booking solutions. The program is designed to allow for not only a call center where our team members will be able to book trips for residences, but also allow for in-app booking. And the third goal is to provide a scheduled booking for all the residences. So this will allow a resident who needs to use a wave service be able to schedule a trip 2 weeks in advance, so they can be sure that a vehicle will be on site the exact moment that they want it, and it will cut back on the issue of there not being supply when a resident needs the service in the community. Moving on, to give a little bit of background, we currently have about 50 plus vehicles around Florida and Texas. Our closest current project is in San Antonio, where we do provide service to our Humana membership. Currently, what we're looking at is providing the MT Connect service to Kyle, Texas, between the hours of 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. By working with Jerry, we can potentially have those hours increased to make sure there's more than enough coverage to allow for any sort of use of a wave vehicle. Because we are working out of San Antonio and we're able to utilize the fleet that we have there, we're able to provide a solution that's very cost effective and will not be too harmful in the sense of not having enough vehicles and having sort of pushback from residences. Like I mentioned earlier, we have two reservation options. The first option will allow for residents to contact our centers and be able to make a reservation by talking to an individual from our reservations line. The second option is directly through the app itself. Both ways, a resident will be able to receive SMS text messages alerts to remind them of their trip that's scheduled. So this is something that we believe is very important, so we can provide an efficient service. Moving forward, we kind of quickly touch base on our online booking platform. We also allow for members to be able to book online. They will be able to simply visit Uber and request our trip, our service, MT Connect. Even if they book online, they will still receive SMS text messages and mobile alerts and automated callbacks to a landline if that's how they would like to be notified of their upcoming trip. This here, we kind of break down and outline kind of the user experience, similar to the current UberX model that's being utilized in Kyle. We're able to provide the resident and the rider a pickup confirmation, waiting screen to see how long the trip will take and how far the vehicle is. And lastly, any sort of information about our operators that will come and pick up the individual or the rider. Same as drop off. The rider is able to see clear how they're going to be getting to the trip, the best route for the trip, and the best route the operator will be taking. From this, they'll also able to assign notifications. So if the resident is going to a doctor's office or a medical appointment, they're able to notify them exactly when they'll be arriving. This image is our fleet. So this is currently what our vehicles will look like. We use Dodge Caravans and Ford Transits. They're clearly marked to showcase that they are ADA accessible, and they're well branded. So the residents and the riders they feel safe and they're familiar with the vehicles that are picking them up. So that is something that we're really excited for, and we're excited to see these vehicles running around in Kyle, Texas. I also want to touch base on some of the fleet technology we include. Some of this technology is mainly for safety. So we always ensure that there's cameras and dash cams in passenger cameras to ensure the safety of all the residents and all the riders and the drivers. We also want to make sure that all of the drivers are in fact being as safe as possible and making sure everybody is strapped in correctly That's one thing that is really big for Meridian is safety. And we want to pass that sort of safety and making sure everybody has the safest and best experience they can when they're utilizing Connect. This slide also kind of breaks down some of our collision warning systems. Us as a company puts on all of our vehicles. We monitor 3 big things, which are distracted driving, tailgating, and forward collisions. All of these are warning systems that come standard in all of Meridi's fleets and all of our vehicles. And this is also another added benefit in technology that will come to Kyle, Texas as part of this partnership. Another big thing I'd like to touch base on is because Meridi Transportation's background is in public transportation, and we work with state agencies throughout Florida and Texas, we stick to a very strict driver training program. We allow for at least 80 hours of overall operator training. And this is a brief table that breaks out the type of training that you receive. Classroom, pre-driving skills, behind the wheel, and cadetting. This falls directly in line with FDOT and the Department of Transportation to make sure that we do, in fact, meet all those obligations and our drivers receive the most amount of training as we can provide. Each driver also receives supplemental training by hourly training that's done once a month to kind of refresh themselves on all the different items that they covered during their training courses. Breakdown is for our customer service team as well. We provide the same sort of training to all of our call centers and customer service team members, and the breakdown is broken down in 5 days. We do training introduction, Uber Central training, which is the reservation portal that will be accessible for all Kyle, Texas residents. Crisis and customer management training, driver ride-along and zone and route education. Day 4 is very important to us. That allows all of our team to be familiar with the Kyle, Texas area and be familiar with all these separate locations around Kyle, Texas. This allows for us to, if there ever is a grievance, to be able to talk to the customer and ensure that we can provide a quick and easy solution to whatever grievance that might be coming toward us. And the last day 5 of training is live call cadetting. This call cadetting ensures that they are trained to and understand how to properly speak to the clients and the customers to again solidify the fact that our customers do come first, and we want to make sure that they have the best service possible. We also provide in-depth technology training. We want to make sure not only if the residents have an issue with getting on the app or looking for the service in Kyle, they can give us a call and we'll be able to provide them the correct training and the correct way of accessing the program. And that's done through our customer service representatives. Lastly, I would also like to touch base on our safety record. As a company in general, we log over 4 million miles on our vehicles, and we're very proud of having a very, very, very low accident ratio. As you can see in Corpus Christi, for over 400,000 miles driven, we've had 0 accidents of last year. In San Antonio, for over 610,000 miles driven, we've only had 1. We're very proud of those numbers, and we want to continue to keep that safety focus forward. We also want to ensure our customers are safe after COVID-19, so all of our vehicles are routinely disinfected. Our drivers do wear personal protection equipment to ensure our clients are safe and they have the best experience possible. And we do not put anyone at risk. One big thing that came from our program is we provide meals that are delivered to high-risk seniors in the San Antonio area to ensure that we try to stop the spread of the virus, and that's something that we've done for the past 2 years now. Also, the fact that since we're going to be working together, and majority transportation comes from the transportation industry, we also ensure strong reporting and accident incidents responding. So our company policy is to ensure all of our road supervisors and managers are on site at any sort of accident or incident that might occur, and we pray that that does not happen. But you never know, especially in transportation. So we always want to be sure that our team is always available and on site, and that we're available for the management members of Kyle, Texas, in case they have any questions or concerns. Lastly is our safety standards. As a partner with Uber, we work closely with them. So a lot of the things that Uber provides through their app is also the same things Meridian provides. And that kind of touches base on passenger trip locations, GPS tracking, ride checks, and a dedicated team to respond to any sort of concerns. We also have a performance monitoring plan that was outlined with the Kyle team to monitor a lot of important KPIs or key performance indicators to show how well the project is progressing. So some of the things we touch base on are on-time performance, collision rate, customer compliance, and system utilization. All of these reports will be built out in a quarterly or monthly manner, depending upon how frequently Kyle would like to see those metrics. And the last couple slides, we want to talk about mobilization and timeline. Speaking to Kyle and understanding the urgency of how quickly we want to put this sort of project out there. We typically look at a 12-week turnaround time, but because of our proximity to standing resources in San Antonio, we're pretty confident that we will be able to get that down to between 4 and 6 weeks. And that's based off of depending on Uber's system implementation and how quickly they can do it, but we are fairly sure we can get it done within 6 weeks. And lastly is our pricing. We discussed this with the Kyle team as well. Our pricing starts off with an technology integration fee, which is a one-time fee of $35,000. And this fee just puts Kyle, Texas on our platform and allows Kyle to be able to utilize all the resources that we have near San Antonio. When it comes to trip breakdowns, we provide a $12 per trip load fee and a per mile fee. And this is something that is charged to the rider. And I believe it's going to be about $3.14 of that fee will be covered by the city. So that is kind of our fee structure, and that can be broken down per rider as we move forward. And after pricing, that is that's the end of my presentation, and I'll kind of open it up to any sort of questions anyone might have.
All right, thank you very much. Jerry, anything to add?
Just one thing. The rider will pay $3.14, and we'll pick up the rest of it.
It's basically the same platform.
Exactly.
We're getting Wave. We're integrating with Google. It'll be a specific company that comes a little more cost to the city, but will allow for us to achieve true Wave vehicle.
Yes, sir. And actually, this cost structure is actually very, very close to what regular Uber 314 riders will experience.
And your intention is to bring back a contract to allow us to pursue this?
Yes, sir.
And this also will help us satisfy and be on good terms with the Department of Justice for transportation programs in the city of Kyle.
That is our hope. After this meeting, we'll set up our next call with them to introduce them to it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to add to that, Jerry, thank you for all your work with the Uber 314 program and with the, I know it's been a process to find someone that could help us with the need that we're looking for. So thank you for not wavering. Thank you for working as hard as you do. I think this is a great program. I think this is great cost savings for cities. I would encourage other cities to look at our Uber 314 problem to help solve some of their transportation needs. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tobias.
Real quick, just two questions. So if this goes through, do these vans have accessible for those that are in wheelchair that are battery powered?
I believe so. Parth?
Yes, all of our vehicles are they're long wheelbase, so they will in fact be able to bring on battery-powered scooters and wheelchairs.
Okay, second question is, as I see the hours are from 8 to 7, most doctor appointments, especially for those that are disabled, have their appointments usually between 8 to 10 a lot of times. So would that conflict with pickup times and so forth?
I don't believe it would. Parth can correct me if I'm wrong, but we also have the ability to adjust those hours based on demand and also the ability to book a ride at any time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Flores-Kale.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for working so hard. I know this is not an easy task, but just for people who may not be unaware or watching of the situation, could you just give like a brief explanation of what this agenda item is about and why the city also needs to look for an alternative? Why would we use WAVE? Because I don't know if we've really touched on that during this meeting. I just want to make it so everybody's
So part of providing a transportation program that uses public money, you have to be able to comply with all the ADA standards, which basically means that whatever you provide has to be available at the same standard as any other part of the program. And when we launched this program, Uber does have a WAVE component to what we've implemented here, but our experience is that WAVE component's not always available like the other rides. And I'll be honest, I get calls. The only calls I get are either from people in other cities that are mad because we don't come to them, and regular Uber 314 riders that can't get a ride because we're doing about 30 rides a day right now. So I've only had one complaint in a year and a half about not being able to get a WAVE ride, but there's not a lot of WAVE rides requested, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have those rides available. And we've been working very hard to find something to back up the existing WAVE, and we found that, we believe, with MT Connect and the program that Mr. I'm gonna call him Parth because I screw up the last name. But anyway, so that's part of our commitment to be able to provide services, the same services on the same platforms to everybody, and we believe this will take us a long way to being able to meet that goal.
So this is going to be in addition to. We're still going to have the regular Uber, and this will be in addition to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then another question, and kind of my fear is, if this does not meet the ADA compliancy and we spend the $35,000, what is going to be our next step?
Well, regardless, we're going to keep working on improving all parts of the service. So.
Okay, I just don't want to, I don't want to spend $35,000 to integrate into the WAVE system. We will be able to offer those rides, the ADA rides, which will be a relief. And again, it's not a lot of people, right? You said you get maybe one call a month, or I don't know if it's been one altogether, but my concern would be if this is not sufficient for the ADA and we've just spent $35,000, what would we do?
Keep looking. We're going to keep looking anyway for all parts of the program. There's a lot of products out there that we have in the queue that we haven't launched yet, and this one covers a lot of bases for us. It allows for people that need wheelchair accessible vehicles to make an appointment, and when you're trying to make a doctor's appointment, that's a really big deal. But it's not just for doctor's appointments. It's for dining out with friends, going to see movies, doing the things that everybody else does. And this goes a long way to satisfying that.
Could people who are not ADA, that need ADA, can they make or use this service as well? Or is it strictly for that? I'm just confused. Like, I just
Right
want to
now,
make
this
sure,
is-
can we
this is
incorporate
strictly-
this into our every day if we're going to spend that money?
Eventually we'll get there and have that. We're dependent on the Uber platform. The Uber platform doesn't have that for the UberX and UberXL and all those other products, but it is available for Wave. And as we continue to improve all the services that we provide, we're working towards that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. Certainly second all the hard work you've been doing on this, Jerry. I know I was a part of the task force when we first started this program, and you have been nothing other than stellar, continuing to try to find ways to improve this program. So I certainly appreciate that. Certainly understand, wanting to get our direction to move forward with this, and now that, or perhaps you will have that direction, and then to have those conversations with the DOJ so that we can have that information prior to we actually spend any money. So that's how this process will work. So they'll bring back the contract. So certainly looking forward to that. The only additional information I'd probably like to have when the contract is brought back is, because I'm looking at those load fees and the $250 per fee or per mile. Correct? It was $250 per mile and then a $12 load fee
Correct.
per trip. Could we, I know you said we haven't had a great number of them, but could we have a projection based on the data that we already have of what that would have cost if we had this program in place from the beginning? Just to kind of give us a ballpark maybe about what that would look like.
Our current contract with Uber using the Austin-based Wave program, we pay an additional $40 per ride each way for their Wave product. So this will be right in line with that, if not cheaper.
Okay. Thank you, Jerry.
Any other questions, comments? All right, appreciate that very much. Next up, agenda item number 10 is our annual racial profiling report. We received that a little bit later than what we normally like for presentation, so if there are no objections, we're going to wait and bring that back at the next meeting. All right, next up, agenda item number 11, CIP road projects and consent agenda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. Start off with the Heroes Memorial Park. We're about 56% completion. They're still working on the Memorial Honor Wall, and they're working on the bridge structures, you can tell there, and they poured some additional sidewalk along the perimeter of the project. Lafayette Park, we're at 44% complete. They're installing the utilities in the pump vault. What you see there is the floor of the new restroom that's going to be going in there. Mary Kyle Hartson Park, we're just about wrapping up that project. We're probably 97, 98% complete. Lamp posts were installed, will be completed soon. This looks like an old one to me, but we did finish painting the gazebo and the bell tower. The furniture has arrived. It did arrive today, and they'll be installing that over the next week. And they are finishing the electrical and springtime landscaping over the next few weeks. Southside wastewater improvements, we're still about 95% complete. We're installing the wastewater line. As you can tell, we're getting there closer to Edwards Drive. And we're supposed to get work on Edwards Drive wastewater line within the next few weeks. Wastewater treatment plant expansion, we're about 86% complete. The dewatering facility is about 7% complete. They will continue to work Saturdays and Sundays as they can. The weather hasn't been very helpful for the last couple of weeks. The headworks, the influent line station, and the basin splitter box were placed online Friday. Everything's working well. The bypass operation is still there just in case we might need it for whatever situation happens there. We're still having the supply chain delays. From what I understand, these impellers are being made in Netherlands, and so as soon as they're shipped to Houston, they'll be assembled in the pumps. We slipped on our date a little bit. We're looking to open that up in mid-April to complete that part of the project. And the dewatering facility will be complete and online in August of 2022. And I've got a few pictures. That's the overall plant site. Still a lot of work going on the interior of the buildings. We do want to pass some credit on to Archer Western. We needed to remove one of the bar screens, one of the plants, existing plants in the they helped us out with that, so that was a big help to us. The picture on the right shows you what we're generating from the flows that are coming into the plant. You really don't want to be there to see this in person. It's not a very good odor there. But that's kind of what we're finding in the bar screen. And a lot of this used to be getting into our plants, and that's what was causing us a lot of problems at the plants. So our operators are glad to see that this is the way it's working rather than the other way. Button Creek Interceptor, the good part about this project, we did get all our pipe in. They were still clearing, doing surveying. So we're hoping to get started on the work later this week and continue working on that project and wrapping it up hopefully within a couple of months. Old Post Road, the county's working on placing their third lift of base there. They've ordered some pipe for the culvert crossing that we need there. So they're just about ready to wrap that up within, I would say, another 3 to 4 weeks on that one and move to the north end of the project. Councilmember Ellison, you had asked about the website. I did check that yesterday. We do have some of the latest information, but we have some old information on there, so I'm going to work with Samantha on cleaning that up. Elliott Branch Interceptor, you may have been getting some calls on this one. We're right in the middle of the neighborhood right now. They're on 3rd Street near Scott Street. Scott Street is where the 21-inch line ends that was placed by the subdivision developer there. So we're going to be tying into that 21-inch line. Today we have an 8-inch line, which you don't have to be an engineer to figure that one out. That's a 21 tying it an 8-inch. So we're replacing that 8-inch with a 21-inch. Summer and Porter, we're substantially complete with that project. We're just wrapping up the paperwork. And just wanted to mention on consent agenda item number 12, we do have an agreement with Union Pacific. We were charged for that agreement for placing our line in their right-of-way. From what I understand, it's a one-time charge. Rolling Lane, about 98% complete. They striped it today. We have to cut the median tomorrow and cut it back. We're scheduled to open by the end of next week. I had to really press the developer to try to get an answer on that so we can get that road open as soon as possible. I've been getting calls on it also as well. Some of you council members have too. So we have a consent agenda item number 14. That's another agreement with Union Pacific. When we raised these crossings, there's a distance that's required by their requirements that you have to be at least a certain height above that median. And we're going to be paying them $17,000 to raise the pedestal so they can raise the arms to clear that, to get that required height that they need. And any questions?
Thank you, Leon. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Leon, going back to Rolling Lane, I know I've gotten several calls on that, and people are just really frustrated with it. So I'm glad to hear that's going to be the end of next week. One of the concerns I have, though, driving through there are the concrete on the sides. Instead of being, the curbs are just straight out and then they just end. I just worry about a car hitting that. I figured those would have like a 45 cut at the end of them, but they're just straight. It's like a piece of concrete sitting there just waiting to get hit. That kind of concerns me. Is there a reason why we have them like that?
I'll have to check into that, council member. I'm not familiar with that situation.
Yeah.
I knew that there was an issue with the median, the one in the median. Yeah. I knew there was an issue there.
Yeah, on the median is scary, but the curbs on the side are just as scary as well.
I'll follow up on that.
Yeah, definitely. So, but yeah, if we get them to get it done, it'd be great because I know the residents there are pretty frustrated and have been voicing their concerns about that because they drive by there and don't see anybody working there, so it really frustrates them. So, thank you. And then going back to Mary Kyle Hartson Park, I just want to thank Harper and his team for going out there. We were lacking a drain in the park, and they went out there and installed it, and it's great. It looks great. They did a great job. So thank you to Public Works and Harper. Appreciate it. Leon, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Tobias.
Yes. Very excited to hear the news that Martinez Loop in Cortez Street is going to get worked on, correct?
I'm working with Public Works on some different alternatives to try to speed it up, so
Okay.
we'll see how that works out.
So just kind of going from there. And also Bunton Creek, I drove by there today, going by Lehman. Is there going to be striping in the next couple of weeks or so, or are we going to leave it the way it is?
Got to come up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, sir.
Don't get too comfortable back there, Harper.
And I want to echo off of exactly what we're saying about rolling lane those curbs. Thank you.
Harper Wilder, Public Works Director. Actually, we haven't discussed that yet. I'll talk with Scott Egbert and Jesse tomorrow, and we'll go over it. I'm trying to recall if it was there, if the center line was there in the past, and I don't believe it was.
I don't think it was yellow. It was just nothing. It was just all
Right. And there's
potholes.
Well, and there's pros and cons with that, because if a street's of a certain width and you put a center line down, then you force them to stay in that specific area. If it does have a certain width, and it's not, it's not an issue. But I haven't looked at it in that aspect, so I need to talk with them tomorrow.
Okay, because that was just my experience driving there, because people are driving in the middle, and then they have to veer over to the right, move over to the left. So I didn't know if there was going to be any kind of lines designated to just kind of keep people in check. And also maybe in that sense, since it is narrow, maybe they can also slow down too.
Yes, sir. We can definitely look at that. We put it back the way it was, and but we can look at that.
Thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it. That's all I have, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Anyone else? Thank you, Leon. Thank you, Harper. All right. Next up, consent agenda. One thing I wanted to note is I changed up some of the items, and because we have so many public hearings, I put the items pulled from consent if anyone wishes to pull them just after our public hearing items. This is practice that some of the other cities I was looking at used. So just wanted to make that note. Is there anyone who wishes to pull any of the items from consent? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 12 through 16.
All right, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Cale, that we approve the consent agenda in its entirety. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 17, public hearing on an ordinance designating a contiguous geographic area within the city of Kyle, Texas as Reinvestment Zone Number 3 for the purposes of tax increment financing and creation of a board of directors. This is just a public hearing item. The actual item related to this comes later. Mr. Sellers, do you have something to add?
I do. Mayor and Council, Scott Sellers, City Manager, for the record. Just want to talk about timing. This is TERS 3, which is just west of the Six Creeks area outside of Kyle. There are several things to be aware of from a timing perspective. So I'll just read those. So this, the TERS is accompanied also with a development agreement. This is the public hearing, meaning that the ordinance for the TERS would be at the next council meeting, March 1st, and then the second reading could be March 15th. The goal, I believe, from the city and all parties is to have the ordinance approved unanimously on the 1st for closing purposes. There is also an ILA a little later this evening. We'll talk about the ILA with Hays County. The order for this item would be the annexation first reading, which is on the agenda tonight, the TERS public hearing right now, TERS first and potentially final reading March 1st, the annexation reading March 1st, that would be the second reading, and then the development agreement March 1st in that order. So if one of those items does happen to slip, then the entire timeline would slip back to March 15th. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions from the council.
Any questions for Mr. Sellers before I open the public hearing? Councilmember Flores-Cale.
I don't know if they're not set questions, but when we get the ordinance finalized, could you be sure that the attachment 1 is in there? It's the project and finance plan, and I went to read it last night and it wasn't in there. And then also, can we get a better map in here as well?
I noticed that was blurry.
It's blurry, and so I tried to make it bigger. I guess if it's small and I wasn't old, I could probably see all that stuff, but I tried to make it bigger, and unfortunately, it fades out. So, yeah, if we could do that for that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? All right, if there are no objections, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is now closed. Next up, agenda item number 18, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 zoning of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of rezoning approximately 8.32 acres of land from retail services to mixed use for property located at Kyle Marketplace Section 2, Lot A, and 19.48 acres of land from retail services to mixed use for property located at Kyle Marketplace Section 2, Block F. Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval, and this item does have a public hearing. Mr. Will Atkinson.
Will Atkinson, Senior Planner for the record. Before you, we have the zoning petition that you had just brought forth to rezone the MXD, or a couple parcels from RS to MXD. This project is a long time coming, and so we're going through that process. Before the second read happens, we will also have the development agreement wrapped up. And in short, this zoning district works very well. That vertical mixed use is something we've been pushing for a while. This is the central part of the city of Kyle. There's infrastructure there. You have roads, you have water, you have wastewater. We're looking to add residences to this area. A portion of it's going to be the entire parcel behind the Target Shopping Center, and then a little over 8 acres is going to be west of Marketplace Avenue, but just south of 1626. And staff wholeheartedly recommends approval of it. Do you all have any questions for us?
Before we do that, we're going to go ahead and go through the public hearing process, and then we'll have discussions and questions if there are no objections. All right, seeing that, I'm going to open up the public hearing now. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. It's now closed. Any questions, comments? Councilmember Florescale. Oh, so she had her hand up.
Thank you. I was watching the planning and zoning meeting, and I was kind of confused how traffic in this area did not get brought up as an issue. It was stated that R3 was not best use in this. So my question is, if by adding just stores on the bottom makes it better, then would a restaurant, instead of all of that, be best use?
It's a question of, do you want to vertically integrate and make a community out of it, is what it comes down to. So when you put ground floor commercial in a zoning district, in a development, and you have residential above it, it gives the opportunity for the people to live there to simply walk downstairs, attend to the restaurants they want to, shop in those districts as well. But it also allows people to come and visit as well. And so there's going to be parking for both the residents and visitors alike. Now, while I don't have a metric in mind from a data perspective, and this is primarily because we don't have TIAs in Kyle at this time. Generally, though, vertical mixed use tends to reduce traffic load when it just all around. Now, each site is unique, without question, but from a traffic pattern standpoint, there's multiple access points to get in and out of this general area where they're around the Target Shopping Center. You have 1626, you have Marketplace going south, several access points onto 35. So traffic patterns can be diffused pretty well.
We're going to add school buses to that as well, correct? I mean, where were the kids that live in that building? They'll have to be picked up. And so yes, we're going to add some school buses. And that's kind of my concern as well. Also, as I was driving today to come back home from Austin, I passed the area with the Poco logo and then the area right next to it. And there was all signs that said for lease. And so my concern is how easy and what kind of tenants are they going to have in a vertical mixed use if we already have office buildings and buildings that are available and that are not utilized currently?
That's to a lot of extent, that's the private market perspective. However, in conversations that we have been having with the CSW group, JLL, if you will, they are pursuing having tenants filling the spaces. They want it to be successful. People are excited to move into there. So,
I understand. I totally get that. But I'm sure that the Polo Loco and the building right next to it felt exactly the same. And so it does kind of make me nervous to go give up the opportunity to put what every resident craves is a restaurant or food of higher quality in that area and bypass it for mixed use, which may or may not have tenants in the bottom. But will definitely increase the traffic in that area, if not by adding just one, but probably 5 to 10 school buses.
Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I know that in touring other cities, I've seen how this project does reduce traffic in areas. One of the things to keep in mind as well that we're adding sidewalks. We start adding sidewalks, then you take away buses because there's a state code for buses that if there's sidewalks that'll connect to a school, buses will not run. So that'll help alleviate that right there. I learned that when I was thinking about doing sidewalks up and down 150 and having conversations with the school district. They made me aware of that, to be careful where you put sidewalks because you lose bus routes as well. So just something to keep in mind. But I think it's a pretty good project. It's going to bring a lot of commercial on the bottom. And one thing to keep in mind is that this is a company that actually pursues businesses to come to their projects. So it's not like they're waiting for someone to get there. They actually have made contact with potential companies to come forward. So I'm good with this. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councilor Tobias.
Okay, referencing the school bus situation. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's a 2-mile radius, correct? You have to provide a 2-mile radius from the school. If you have walkability, then you don't have the bus services. So how far is the nearest elementary school? Is it more than 2 miles?
No, it's under. It's Kyle
It's
Elementary.
under?
Yeah, Kyle Elementary.
It's under 2 miles?
Yeah,
So
with
they
the
would
new
have to,
sidewalks
so they
and
would
everything.
have to walk to school?
Yeah.
From the train tracks all the way to Kyle Elementary School?
Yes.
From there, and no bus services? Okay. I'm just putting a picture. I'm just painting a picture. So we're saying that we're good. There's going to be there's school buses would not need to go there if we have families that are there. So the children would have to walk from the sidewalks, cross the tracks, all the way down. I'm just painting that picture. Second thing is again, to reflect what Councilmember Flores-Kell said, yes, you do have a lot of open space, and it is a private market, like you said, of who's coming in. But again, where's the business plan for who's going to come into these places? Who is the restaurants? Who are the tenants? We want them to be successful when they come here, obviously, right? But again, when I'm work in Austin, I drive downtown Austin, I work in a certain facility that's nearby, there's a lot of those places that do have those apartments, but a lot of empty spaces on the bottom. I'm not trying to deter that businesses won't be successful here, but it's something to just keep in mind who is going to accommodate that space and for how long. And if it's just a rotating business or a rotating business that provides services, and again, this is just new to Kyle. We've never seen it before. So that's why maybe some of us are a little hesitant to pull the trigger on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Bradshaw.
I, for one, am really excited. This is our first official mixed-use project, and this is going to be a game changer for the city. But speaking to Councilmember Tobias, we actually have a representative from JLL here, and I'm just curious if there are any businesses that you can share with us that have signed leases, or if that's something that needs to wait until further approval.
If I may
Sure.
interject, I'm not sure from a zoning perspective we can discuss the specific businesses, but it may be prudent to discuss how well they're attracting clients. If that's okay,
do that.
if you're up for that. I could be up for that. Okay.
Well, it might be better just to say that the total project that you're bringing forward is part of a development agreement, and it's an incentivized project. The council's been briefed many times on the different types of uses, and there's probably more end users, restaurants, and retail associated with this particular mixed-use project that are of that desirable level of retail that we get than really any mixed-use project that we've been kicking around up till this point. So it certainly achieves that high standard of retail from an end user standpoint that JLL is well known for, and certainly the tenants that are being brought forward are ones that we'll be excited to see announced. So. But so from the standpoint of mixed use, the bottom line is that this will provide for many thousand square feet of retail and then also activation of that retail with residential on top. So, yeah, but you probably can't say what end users right now, can you?
I cannot.
Okay.
For obvious reasons, but everything you just said hits it right on the
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 18.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Parsley. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 5-2. All right, next up, agenda item number 19. This item was originally postponed at our last meeting, or 2 meetings ago. First reading an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, annexing 201.377 acres of land, more or less, located at 1899 Six Creeks Boulevard. And this item has a public hearing. Mr. Atkinson.
Will Atkinson, Senior Planner for the record. Before you, we have the first time we are taking action on the postponed annexation for approximately 201 acres due west of the existing Six Creeks Phase 1 subdivision. Before you on the screen is a image of the proposed area. They are going to be constructing a couple portions of the Six Creeks Boulevard and along with other improvements as well. So.
All right, this item has a public hearing, so if there are no objections, the public hearing is open, so I'm going to leave it open and call forward anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item. All right, seeing none, are we ready to take action on this? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close the public hearing. This item will come back for a second reading, so it's a part of a kind of a series of items that are coming forward. The idea being consummating everything, I suppose, at the next March 1st meeting. So is there any discussion on the item? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 19.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Ellison, that we approve agenda item 19. Is there a discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. 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 All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. All right, next up, agenda item number 20, first reading an ordinance amending Chapter 53 of the City of Kyle, Texas, for the purpose of assigning original zoning to approximately 5.13 acres of land from agricultural to warehouse for property located at 1351 Button Creek Road in Hays County, Texas. This item has a public hearing, was recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission 5-0. Mr. Atkinson.
Will Atkinson, Senior Planner for the record. Of course, we do have a public hearing for this. The applicant did reach out to me this evening, and they do want to they are requesting postponement until the 1st of March, the first meeting at City Council. If y'all would, they're recommending that y'all entertain that idea.
Do you have any objections to that?
No.
Any objections by staff? Objections by council? It has a public hearing, so it'll be a leave it open kind of situation. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing for this item. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak? Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Jonathan Sosby with Kimley Horn, representing the developer of this project. We are asking for postponement. Nothing with the application is going to change, but we just have some loose ends that we want to tie up. But here to answer any questions if y'all have them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to leave the public hearing open and make a motion to postpone this item until the next regularly scheduled council meeting. Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Ellison. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. 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 All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 21, consider a request for a conditional use permit for the purposes of allowing height increase for future buildings located at 24801 I-35. This item also has a public hearing, was recommended by the P&Z 5-0. Mr. Atkinson, you have the floor.
Once again, Will Atkinson for the record, senior planner. I got a lot of items tonight. All right, before you, we have a conditional use permit to request a height increase from 45 feet maximum, which is allowed in the warehouse zoning district, to 50 feet. It's a 5-foot increase. It is not a large amount, but if y'all recall, sometime last year, y'all passed ordinance number 1161, which gives the city council the opportunity to be able to consider loosening height restrictions on a case-by-case basis if y'all find it appropriate to do so. Alliance Industrial has come forth and to request that. They do want to be able to attract more of a market share from an end user perspective to do so. These buildings are massive, as we are seeing coming all around the city. These light industrial, well, in this case, warehouse buildings. They're tilt wall construction. They're 100,000, 200,000 square feet buildings. When you're looking at it from the interstate, you're not going to be able to tell a 5-foot difference. Even if you're standing next to it, you're not going to be able to tell a 5-foot difference. So staff does not really have any problem with it. Their requests, we're amenable with it, to be honest. From a site perspective, they will be planting landscaping and buffering requirements on the north end of the property as well to help screen the commercial project also from the Quail Ridge subdivision. So we are taking those into account for adjacent property owners that are residential.
Okay. This item has a public hearing. If there are no objections, I'm going to open up the public hearing now. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on agenda item 21? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Atkinson? I have one.
Yes, sir.
The 45 feet height to 50 feet, do you know if this is being, you said, is it a part of the I-35 overlay, or is it too far?
This the site is within the I-35 overlay. So this conditional use permit, and something I just didn't mention, is specifically for the height request. They will come back. We're already reviewing a second conditional use permit specifically for renderings and making sure it's compliant with the I-35 overlay.
Okay, the project from front to back is within the I-35 overlay?
Yes.
What about the comprehensive plan? I guess maybe it's a little bit further back from the super regional node or the regional node that goes north and south, so warehouse isn't I would assume probably a conditional use within the comp plan?
If memory serves, with the rezoning, the warehouse was conditional per the comp plan, but the Planning and Zoning Commission and y'all City Council did pass the zoning request. I want to say 2 years ago, if memory serves accurately. A majority of the site was not in the I-35 overlay. A sliver of it was, especially right where it flared out from the driveway access. But the parts that were in the I-35 overlay, from a majority standpoint, were unusable from a built environment standpoint.
So they will be held to the landscaping standards of the I-35 overlay?
Yes.
On the entire site, even
Yes.
though only a sliver is within?
Yes, they are not subdividing it internally. It's all one project from a lot perspective. So if any portion of that lot falls within the I-35 overlay, all the buildings, the entire site has to be held to that standard.
Do we know if this is proposed to be a Class A industrial warehouse site?
As far as I'm aware, I don't know all of the definitions and requirements for Class A, Class B, Class C, but this is, as far as I'm aware, the highest standard for what they've shown us and what have you. Alliance Industrial representative should be here as well. Or perhaps not. But I have no problems with them moving forward with this.
Is there anyone from the private side applicant who can come forward and speak on it?
It's a Class A warehouse.
Class A?
It is Class A, yes, sir.
Okay, so this will be one of the higher quality projects that we have. So.
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are my questions. Councilor Florsky.
Thank you. So my concerns were, the buffer and the height difference. And those are two things that you already addressed. This landowner is very thoughtful when it comes to the residents, and I truly appreciate how he's done that overall. So with that said, I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 21.
Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Flores Kale, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo. Is there any discussion on the motion? You said there will be another CUP item coming forward. Can you say what that is one more time?
Yes, sir. The Planning and Zoning Commission will review the renderings, what materials they use, and the architectural finishes related to the exterior of the buildings. But that specific conditional use permit does stop with them. Now, staff is looking at it right now in review. They just submitted it. It's me. I'm staff. So we'll be coordinating with them and making sure.
You got to fake it till you make it, Will. Come on.
Oh, I know.
One day.
It does need to be to that gold standard. So we make our review comments. We work with them. We make sure that we take it as far as we possibly can to make it the best project we possibly can.
Okay, so what other items related to the industrial park will come before the council after this one?
Just probably acceptance of the public improvements, I think.
Mayor, there's a TERS proposal that will be coming before council to fund the improvements for some of the industrial park improvements, such as lift station, roadway, streets, etc. So that is forthcoming.
So my question then might be, why are we approving and granting exceptions before we've got all those extra factors in place to consider? Is there any benefit to rushing this item forward before we consider the obviously very important agreements related to landscaping improvements, facades, types of businesses use? It's where we get to have our biggest say there. So
right. So the answer is yes, because the owner is putting together their package right now, and having the higher height, ceiling height, allows them to target a different market. So they have had some inquiries from a couple of manufacturers that needed the additional height within the building itself.
Right, but if we go ahead and, I guess my point is, if we go ahead and grant that additional height, they put it into the market, they have the ability to do that by right. If they have the zoning, they have the ability to do that by right. And so I'm just wondering if we may be, in a less favorable position if we've already given them the variances that they need to pursue their project prior to making the requests that we wish to make for improvements.
We'll have another opportunity with the TERS. They need the TERS, okay, to make this happen.
Does anybody have any other questions, comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 22, first reading an ordinance amending Chapter 53 of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of modifying Section 53-1230 to restrict certain uses and amend the zoning use chart. This item has a public hearing. P&Z voted 5-0 to restrict self-storage. They voted 5-0 to allow brew pub and CBD2. They voted 4-1 to deny the restriction of gas stations, and they voted 4-1 to deny the restriction for car washes and bars without restaurants. Mr. Atkinson.
All right, so this update is a significant one. Just to give you a bit of background on it, coordination between staff and administration and what have you, as the city is growing, we are seeing a lot of certain land use types that are popping up all over town. And they're not necessarily bad land use types. However, there seems to be an overabundance of them. And we feel in most cases that these land use types can be, other land use types can be better on sites. So in this case, we are working to limit gas stations, car washes, and self-storage facilities. We are looking for land use types that employ more people, have a higher quality of life, have a higher income, and don't take up space, honestly, on land that we're having, as it develops, there's less and less of. So we brought these amendments forward. I'll walk you through them, explain how we got to these points in them, and we'll go from there.
All right, this item has a public hearing, so if there are no objections, I'm going to open up the public hearing now. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. It is now closed. Does anybody have any questions or comments, or do you have more you want to say?
I would like to present if that's okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So the first one we started working through was limiting gas stations from a radial distance. And a lot of how I determined the distances and what have you from radial distances, what I pulled from the city of Weatherford. They're one of the few municipalities in the area or in the state of Texas that actually do this as well. And I was trying to find a simple way for staff to be able to handle use restrictions, but also be effective as well from limiting those land uses. So what we did, I put together a list of how many gas stations that we have existing, site plans that are approved, and those that are in review, because they are vested. They got in before any code updates, so they're allowed to continue. And we translated it to a map. We had our GIS guys take a look at it. And we said, hey, let's look at a half-mile radius no-build zone around the property lines, which means, in reality, there needs to be a mile gap between property line to property line for fuel stations, because they won't overlap. So this map you see on the screen right here largely accounts for those. I think there's one or two that we've discovered since then that we didn't put on there. But we have a lot of gas stations. There is a general idea that we have a lot. We also have a leakage study that I believe Mr. Jason Clonch, a third-party analyst through Catalyst Commercial, can go through in a few minutes as well. But essentially, we have 26 gas stations that are either in review or existing or approved. And per the national average, we only need 15. So now at the same time, while we're limiting gas stations are necessary at the same time. So while we do want to limit them, we want to put in what I'm going to call a release valve in case, for future growth of the city. So we can't just limit them outright and stop letting them come in. So what I did was I tried to get an idea about how many people are utilized to serve or needed for a gas station to thrive. And it's somewhere between 3,000 to 6,000 people. So I just did an easy number of 5,000 just from a calculation standpoint, which translates to about 1,666 homes per gas station. And so the way I have it worded is if from the date of the ordinance, if an additional 5,000 people, estimated 5,000 people are moving into an area, a gas station is allowed if the zoning is there. So we want to be careful not to limit it too much, but we don't want them to take up all the prime spots at the same time. We did something similar with the car washes. We did a 0.75 mile radius. Car washes, they not always, but they tend to be low-end developments. They're a very simple business model, and they're successful, but also they take up prime real estate as well, along with the gas stations. So we did that with that. We have an overabundance per the average population of car washes as well. And then lastly, we did a mile radius with self-storage facilities, which means a 2-mile space between them. And so there's better land uses out there to take up prime real estate and to be better for the city than those 3 land uses, to be perfectly honest. And that's where we came from that perspective. Do y'all have any questions for me on those first 3 items?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so this isn't just, it's not stopping gas stations from coming. What it does is assuring that we don't have a gas station on all 4 corners of a neighborhood or, an intersection, or, a gas station row down the street, where you got gas station after gas station. What this does, it allows gas stations in the future as we're growing in certain areas, as long as it's not in proximity to another gas station. And for me, I think we've already got a lot of gas stations in proximity. So I guess what some people would be concerned is about price gouging. If you're only allowing so many gas stations in an area, will they raise the price on it? But I think right now, the way Kyle was set up, I think we're okay. I don't see that coming forward, And honestly, you see it in Austin, you see it everywhere. Even with all the gas stations they have, some gas stations are higher than others. It just depends on the area, So, yeah, I guess this is just to let everybody know, this isn't stopping gas stations for future use. It's just limiting the amount of gas stations are in an area.
Councilmember Florescale.
Thank you. First and foremost, if anybody needs gas, they can come right down 150. We got about 6 gas stations right along the way. I'm really excited that you guys brought this to our attention. I'm impressed, and I was excited with the report that I read. And I wish maybe we could put that online so people can understand the overabundance of gas stations and car washes we have. This report says the demand in Kyle should be 2.58 facilities, and we have a surplus of 6.42 locations. This means we have 9 car washes. This is almost triple the need that the city has. Additionally, when I look at the gas stations, which alone on my road is a really big issue, it says that the demand here in Kyle is 15 units, and we have 26. That means 11 extra units, almost 73% extra than the city needs. And I'm with Councilmember Rizzo. This is not stopping gas stations from coming. This is limiting. And I think that's a smart move on the city's behalf. It does not create a monopoly. Even if we stopped right now, there is no monopoly. When I was watching the P&Z meeting, I know there was some concerns regarding stores like H-E-B and Costco. And the truth of the matter is, that would have been great for the Costco situation. Costco is in between 2 other gas stations. Would that have stopped Costco? I don't know. What I do know is the H-E-B land that's right over by my house, that also sits between 2 gas stations and one that is going to be built. So I am A-okay with big stores like H-E-B and Costco not coming in with their gas because we have plenty here in Kyle. And I don't think we should show any kind of favoritism to any stores because they're big or because we really want them here. I feel like we should treat them all equally, whether it's a Texaco or whether it's an H-E-B. These numbers alone, as soon as I got this report, I wrote Scott and I said, what can we do to change this? What can we do to limit it? And the truth is, people do complain about all the car washes we have, and people do complain about, you read it all the time, about the gas stations and even the apartments. Let's be honest, apartments is a big issue too. And so I appreciate staff going out, collecting this information and providing it to us. I am all for at least, the car wash and the gas because I feel like there's a huge overabundance of both items.
Councilmember Parsley.
Oh, when Councilmember Florescale basically said what I was thinking about it. Now, how did you come up with the 0.5 radius between gas stations, and how is that going to be modified? What Councilmember Florescale was saying is that, we have that overabundance of gas stations. What are we going to do in regards to restricting those, but with the city growing the way it is? How are they going to be located? Is that radius going to be modified too, or how are we going to establish where can they be, if the zoning applies?
So assuming we're not to the build-out level yet, where there's still room, and there is still some room in the city to build more gas stations. It's mostly in the southern part of the city. But so assuming we still have room, which we do, I took a trip down East F and 150. I travel it every day. There's a lot of gas stations, and so we threw a couple numbers in. We said, okay, what's it look like at half a mile? What's it look like at a mile from a radial standpoint? And a half mile, pretty much with a mile gap between, they can't overlap. Pretty much prevented more gas stations from popping up. It just from an effectiveness standpoint, it worked. So we went with that number. It's as simple as that. But we also, as previously stated, we don't want to limit it too much. So if there's an additional population that is estimated to have come into play at a later date and someone wants to build a gas station, that applicant will need to provide proof or estimated population increases. And we have an idea from the census where our average is 3 people per household. So it makes it a very simple equation. If they can prove to us, and we'll have to check it and make sure that, these subdivisions are already here or this one wasn't, and what have you. But if we do that, they need to be able to prove that the population can support another gas station. We did not put additional limits on where that extra gas station can go because we can't see the future either. So we stopped it at, if you have an additional estimated 5,000 people, you can build another gas station. Again, we wanted to keep it simple. We wanted to limit them, but we also wanted to have an effective ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tobias.
Okay, I hear the concerns on that side over there about having too many car washes. If you drive by those car washes, they are busy every single day. And as we're starting to look at homes, and I kind of agree with also Commissioner Guerra on another part with HEB, when we're building homes that don't have the front end driveways, these people are where they're going to wash their car, in the back of their house. And all these people in apartments, they need places to wash their car. Because if we're looking at development to where we're limiting the space for people to have the front yard and they have the driveways, that's where I wash my car on that end. So we have to look at that. People are going to want to keep their cars clean, and people need to be able to have that service. But yesterday when I watched the P&Z, and Commissioner Guerra did make a good point, if we limit the car washes, say example for HEB, like Ms. Flores-Kale was mentioning, would that eliminate them from wanting to consider even coming to Kyle? Because even that could be part of their business plan as having gas station, having a service fuel station, I like to call them fuel stations, and car washes. And if we limit that, would other places not want to consider coming to our area or in a section of town, even though it's much needed? What would your thoughts be on that?
So from a residential standpoint, as we are requiring code-compliant subdivisions, if they're supposed to be alley loaded, they have to have that minimum driveway depth to park their vehicles and also have sufficient space in the garages. And so even if they're not going to be front loaded, they will have space to park their cars and be able to wash their cars as well. From a commercial standpoint, that may be end up something that y'all do want to consider. If y'all decide that, if projects that have a certain square footage or larger, and I don't know what the metric needs to be, I'll be perfectly honest. We do allow them to have a car wash, and we do allow them to have a gas station. That is something we can amend the ordinance. But my thoughts are, if a large grocery store or Costco or similar type business wants to come in, a majority of the business is probably going to be through their sales tax and their business through coming into the store and people shopping. And the car wash and the gas station are ancillary uses by far. I'm sure they do provide an income to that company. I'm not saying they don't, but the bulk of why those companies exist are to sell groceries or and associated items. Yes, sir.
I have a couple questions. Number one, is this if passed, this is an outright denial if they're within the zone, or is it conditionally approved? Meaning, if somebody wished to put a gas station in within a half mile of another gas station, and they came to planning and zoning, or they came to the planning department and said that's what they wanted to do, your process would be to say there's a conditional use process, or it would just be no luck?
If they cannot prove that there's not an additional 5,000 extra people when it comes to a gas station that's been added, then we will tell them you can't build there. So it's not a conditional use process. We just wanted to make it very clear in the code to say yes or no.
just
Well, is there a conditional use process that could be put in place instead, as opposed to an outright denial?
If that's something y'all would like to consider, that's fine. The aspects of it that we would need to consider is what are the metrics associated with that conditional use process to approve it. So in the case, it could be the population might be part of it. If there's anything else that y'all would like to see from a gas station standpoint to allow it, whether it's facade, treatments, location of the gas pumps, I'm just throwing out ideas. I don't have any.
Do you have any idea what the acreage size of some of the most recent modern subscription-based car washes like that have been coming up? How big the acreage is?
1.5 to 2 acres.
So relatively small piece of land and or use. Do you have any idea what kind of sales tax those projects produce?
No, sir.
What about taxable value?
I did not.
Do you know how they're taxed?
No, sir.
Okay. I very strongly, for myself, am on the other side of the fence as it relates to restricting gas stations and car washes. Gas stations and car washes are convenience retail on small pieces of land that are used by the people in the neighborhoods. They're the ones that set the market. Councilmember Tobias is 100% correct. The car washes, in particular, the modern car washes that are subscription-based, which is what the demand we're seeing is, are overwhelmed right now with use, and I would think in particular because so many of our people in our population park outside. So the demand is there. The community is saying a different story to me. While there are some people who complain about gas stations and car washes, generally speaking, the majority of the community that I meet enjoy and use those services to keep their cars clean. So I don't understand logically how you can restrict a car wash but allow for a Starbucks to come in unrestricted, because from a taxation standpoint, from a convenience retail standpoint, from a jobs standpoint, and from a customer demand, meaning the more coffee shops that are going in right now, every single one of them has a line out the door. And so this is a draconian measure in my part. I don't think that telling a gas station that it can't go across the street when they're willing to put that money in and put it in across the street is appropriate, because the reason for them going in across the street, not only to compete on price, but also to compete on traffic patterns, so that you're not having to turn in left and then come out left and cross intersections multiple times and further congest. It's about allowing for people on their normal route to have those conveniences as much as possible. So, for example, when I first got my car washed at a subscription-based car wash model, which is the new one that came on the east side over there next to Philomena, I used that consistently. And then I moved to the other side of town, and I don't have to drive across the freeway, through downtown, down 150 and around in order to use that service. I started going to the one at the Kyle ER, which was closer when it came in. Now there is a new one even closer to my house. My vehicle is off the street less and less and less as it relates to car wash, and I'm able to get it done faster and faster. And it's a service that is so valuable to me that I will switch car washes in order to get something closer. It's the exact same way with Starbucks or coffee. I go to the one that is closest. It's the exact same way with gas stations. I get gas wherever it is closest. That's the point of convenience retail on small parcels. So obviously everyone has a vote, but I just want to try to articulate my position and why. Other discussion? Councilmember Ellison.
Mayor, well, I appreciate your comments. For a minute here, I thought I was going to be on an island with this one. I understand the conversation and, the concerns. I'd love to hear, a little bit about what those complaints are about having a convenient service near their home. If it were a Walgreens or something, would there still be that frustration? What is it about a gas pump that, changes that? But everything you just said, you put it so eloquently. I'm not going to continue to take up time since we have 30-some items, but I'm in agreement.
I might just add, I appreciate that we made restrictions on dealerships and or businesses that have exterior display of inventory along I-35. We prohibited that to make sure that we don't end up with a auto row, essentially, here. And it was argued at the time that those kind of establishments produce very little tax revenue. They take up large chunks of land. And ultimately, the council went with that. And while I didn't agree even with that, I understood the argument from the standpoint of the city, and also that it's a destination retail, not a convenience retail. So you drive to where you get vehicles. So even though I didn't necessarily support it, I understood the logic. And I can understand the logic for self-storage as well. While I do think people like to go to self-storage closely, and we certainly should make room for that in our community because it is also a convenience item. It does produce a very low return on investment and has the potential to take up larger pieces of land, does not produce jobs, and we don't have that much land. So I can support personally the self-storage regulations, but I don't see why we're singling out gas stations and car washes when there are many other examples. I don't personally want to see any more mattress stores in the city of Kyle. I don't personally want to see any more fast food restaurants. So we can go down and down and down and down the list, getting very draconian and micromanaging of the market. We have zoning categories that try to allow for specific uses in those specific zonings, and that's generally the way that that we handle that. If you're applying for a use, you have the ability, and you fit in the zoning category, you have the ability to perform that use. But if you're not, you don't. And so that's how we sort of sift, and that's what comprehensive plans are all about, zoning maps and zoning cases are all about. So just my thoughts. I didn't mean to say it again, but Councilor Florescale.
Can I make a motion to postpone this? And I do want to take care of this. I just would like to discuss things a little bit further and maybe in exec if possible. And it doesn't have to be today, but if we could just postpone this to a later date, I would appreciate that.
We did have a discussion about this previously in exec, did we not? When this was first presented?
We did, but I guess I'm just not sure if are you saying you want to take this into executive session, or you want to postpone this to a later date?
Both. Like I think there is a subject that I would like to discuss. Not necessarily right now. Exec would be ideal, but if not, I don't. And Paige, that would.
Well,
be
she can't. I mean, if it's covered under exec, we can do that if you're questioned. But since you're not saying what it is, we don't have the ability to necessarily weigh in. So I mean, we can go into exec, and we'll find out at that point in time. So.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session, please.
Any objection to going into executive session? All right, we'll go into executive session.
You'll need to note that we're going in under the attorney-client privilege exception.
All right, I want to make a note that we're going to executive session under attorney-client privilege related to agenda item number 22. I thought Mr. Ellison was right behind me. All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. We're going to hold off on the gas station and car wash items, but I do believe we do want to take up the CBD2 item now. So does anybody have any comments on the CBD2? Questions or comments related to brew pubs in CBD2? Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo.
Yeah, well, I saw this come forward, and I guess my question is why would we even consider bringing bars to CBD2? Why was this brought forward, I guess, is what my question is.
When allowing my thoughts when allowing commercial uses downtown, we should find uses that help promote downtown from a customer base, and allowing a little bit less restrictions on alcohol can help with that. Now, from the perspective of from a safety perspective, from ordinances related to nuisances, those do need to be respected as well. But I do think it's appropriate to have bars that don't have to serve food, because sometimes the food that, if they're required to serve food, it can get in the way to some extent from a sales perspective. Now, regarding the brew pubs, it's a little bit different animal. They are, from our conversation with the Planning and Zoning Commission last week, brew pubs tend to have seem to be viewed more favorably, and that from what I can tell, that seems to hold true. You can have outdoor dining with it. You can maybe have an outdoor stage with music, maybe have a couple of games and what have you, and enjoy some food and a drink or two, hang out with some friends, and you can, if I dare say, bring your family along too. Brew pubs, without question, is a good thing, I believe, for downtown. I am also okay with adding bars without food to downtown as well, but sometimes there is a little bit negative connotation with them. So we do have to be careful at the same time.
Yeah, for me, I guess an example is down the street, seeing a square that has bars all the way around it, and it's only busy in the evening. So for me, adding a location is just bars isn't okay with me, because I just don't think the programming is all day long. So it's just at night, and really it doesn't bring what we're looking for our area in Kyle. I know that council members have repeatedly said, we'd love to see dining, we love to see dining with, amenities inside a bar, things like that. And I think we're okay there with just a straight bar. I think we've got enough of them in the city of Kyle. I think that people are looking for some dining and somewhere they can have a drink as well. So I don't think it's something that we're looking to promote as a city. But breweries, I've seen plenty of examples of how they can be a positive in your neighborhood. I've seen them in several neighborhoods, and even from my office in downtown Austin, I've got a brewery right in the adjacent street, and I never see anything that would alarm me to say that, I wouldn't want a brewery in my area. So it's nothing that would scare me. But when it comes to bars, I just worry about what are we promoting in that area, especially with downtown here. I mean, we just spent a lot of money to beautify our park, and what we're trying to do is encourage families. We're encouraging businesses, family-friendly businesses. So, I don't think I could support something like that. But as far as breweries, I think I'd be okay. But bars, I just couldn't support that. But thank you, Will.
Councilmember Parsley.
I just wanted to add a little bit to what Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo just said. We just built this gorgeous plaza, and I'm so happy there is a parking there for kids, because there's nothing around for children. And all I hear is we need places that we can bring the family, and there aren't any. So I will not be supporting any brew pub or restaurants without food. Bars without restaurants. It will have to have something. You can have a brew. Children won't be able to go in there. Somewhere else may be a good location, but not for downtown. So I don't think that would be a good use of the space. Brew pubs can go somewhere else, but what I would like to see downtown is places that I can bring my family over, and my kids have something to do in there. That was just my comment.
I have a couple questions. I'm generally in agreement with my colleagues on this one as well. But so P&Z voted 5-0 to approve. Our current bars that we have, since bars are what are being, they're in CBD2. So room
Correct.
111 is CBD2, that's currently already allowed. So can you help me understand what the difference is between a bar and a brew pub? Are you saying a bar is already allowed but not a brew pub? I'm just trying to understand.
So as far as I'm aware, and I don't
Brew Pub makes their own alcohol.
Well, Brew Pub makes their own alcohol. They also serve food at the same time. That's more of a family-oriented atmosphere typically. You can sit outside and enjoy a couple drinks, eat food, play some games, and what have you. Occasionally there's some live entertainment. A bar, typically, unless you require it, won't have a lot of food. It's a drinking establishment, just generally. Now, are you asking why room 111 is there?
I'm asking if a bar is allowed in CBD2 currently, because my understanding is most of the businesses in our downtown east of Burleson that sell alcohol exclusively, or most businesses just in generally, are already in CBD2 zoning categories.
So we allow, we allow bars with restaurants associated, so serving food.
Mm-hmm.
In the CBD2 zoning district. I'm presuming that room 111 serves food. I have not been there, so I don't know that one way or the other.
I think what he's asking is what's the difference between a pub and a bar if they both serve food? And how come a pub doesn't qualify for a bar?
Right, essentially.
I don't know the specific differences between a pub and a bar that would serve food, but a pub does serve food and it serves alcohol. Now, from a use perspective, from our zoning perspective, I don't believe there would be much of a difference from how we would look at it if we do require bars to serve food or if we have a brew pub. But a brew pub specifically produces beer on site. It's a small minor manufacturer. Now if you have, and I'm not trying to get them all mixed up or anything, but a pub that serves food is not necessarily a brew pub, right? So a pub that serves food has
well, a
alcohol
pub is a
and food.
bar.
Right.
A brew pub is a bar that brews.
And serves food and has the atmosphere where they want to.
Does a brew pub have to serve food?
For the SIC code, it serves food.
Okay.
So are you guys just looking for permission to brew the beer? Because otherwise it'd be the same as a bar.
Yeah, so a microbrewery allows for alcohol to be produced on site, but they also serve food as well. So it is a small scale manufacturer. It is not something the scale of Miller Lite or Coors or anything like that. It is very small. I don't know the caps per state law, but I do know they have to be within a certain amount that they produce and sell every year from how many barrels. But it is small scale. There's downtowns across the U.S. A lot of them are in Colorado, honestly, where they have them downtown, and in these very gorgeous looking buildings, very traditional. And the atmosphere they produce when you go in there and enjoy the facilities is great. So, and I think it's important to try to emulate that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know what you're saying. The other thing I want to add, I think that there's a limitation on what a brew pub can sell to an individual. I don't think they can just get in there and start drinking all day long, right? They can only have, sell a limited amount of alcohol per person, I think is what it is. I remember reading that somewhere.
I don't know that answer offhand, but from a practical perspective, I think any business owner that sells alcohol needs to be careful how much alcohol they do serve to a customer.
I know there's been conversations before about breweries and stuff like that, so I was thinking that they do have a limitation on what they could sell per individual. And I think the limitation was 2 drinks per individual. I might be wrong, but I know there's something to do with the breweries because I remember talking to a couple of brewers on that. So I'd love to find out more information on that.
Sure.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you. I am a fan of pubs. I go to Wimberley. I go to South Austin. I like the pub. And I feel like they've become more family friendly. I don't know if the downtown is necessarily a good place for a pub. Is there anywhere else that you guys could stick up, maybe even further down? Or I don't know. I don't know if it would fit that area because we have a really tight parking issue. So I don't know where they would park. I don't know if it's going to be loud as far as like music. My real concern is or is that going to keep people down there? I mean, it's going to keep a certain group of people down there, but like when we have the lighting of the tree and the events in the park, I want people to be able to stay and like shop or eat. And I understand they can eat eat at a pub, but you probably want to order a beer, and you're not going to order like a water and eat. But I would like to see a pub here. I just don't know if I want to see it downtown.
So the retail services zoning district already allows microbreweries or brew pubs, if you will. And so this is one, shifting it to the first time you see it in the CBD2 zoning district is making it just slightly less restrictive from a location standpoint. So anywhere, if you look at our zoning map that's bright red, that's retail services. So we have it all over the city. They can be in the rest of the city pretty much by right. From a perspective of drawing people downtown, I think the right type of brew pub absolutely can. And it can also take into account those events that happen and draw people over there, and vice versa.
But once we say yes, it is not up to the city to decide what goes there.
Right, but we still have controls. They have to go through the site development permit process, and part of that process, especially for downtown, is making sure that taking into account parking. And sometimes sometimes developers, if they want to develop downtown, they do have to come to y'all to request a parking reduction and make sure y'all are okay with it. We make sure they're aware of that. They're going to have to go through a conditional use permit, and staff will work with them to make sure that the architecture is appropriate for downtown. We don't want something that is completely architecture that just stands out like a sore thumb. We don't want that. We want something that's attractive. So we do have some of those ways that we can control it to some extent.
No more red buildings. Thank you.
So it seems, based on the city manager sent something over with brew pubs, it seems the only difference between a brew pub and a bar is that a brew pub is allowed to manufacture up to 10,000 barrels of brew, and that would be allowed. They can't do that without. So if somebody said, I don't want to manufacture it on site, I want to order in my Miller Lights and other drinks from distributors and sell, are they allowed to do that in CBD2? By right, as a use?
Alcohol can be sold in CBD2, generally, like if you have a convenience store or a small scale grocer, they can sell it. They can sell alcohol. Now, you cannot currently have a bar without food sales in the CBD2 zoning.
Which would also apply to a brew pub.
So a brew pub with a maximum manufactured amount of 10,000 barrels would have, and it's the way it's currently stated, it would have to have food.
Right. So it would have to do everything that if someone selling alcohol, such as Papa Jack's, formerly Room 111, Rail House, any of our others. So they're allowed to do that. They're just not allowed to manufacture it on site.
Correct.
So the only difference is, are we wanting to allow for manufacturing? And so we're limiting the brew pubs and we're allowing the bars, as far as the way it seems to me. So that I didn't watch the P&Z meeting. That might be why I surmised that they were comfortable with it, because it doesn't, while I think we agree, we're not actually limiting bars. Bars are still allowed in CBD2. So I'd be more interested in restricting bars. But I agree with the commentary about brew pubs generally being of a higher caliber and open and inviting to more folks. But just my thoughts. Any other questions or comments on this? All right. Well, anybody want to make a motion? I'm going to make a motion to approve, but we might want to make a motion to deny if that's what most folks want. So I'll turn the floor over if somebody wants to do that first.
I didn't know if you wanted to break it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just on the brew pub issue.
Just on the brew pub.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to deny the brew pubs.
Second.
All right, it's motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Ellison, that we deny the proposed amendment related to brew pubs in CBD2. Is there discussion on that motion?
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Yeah, I would just say, certainly this is a conversation that could certainly be discussed by the city as a whole and all of our stakeholders being residents through the comprehensive plan process. But for me right now, my focus is greater in other areas of improving our downtown, expanding our downtown services and amenities than this. I think there's a lot of questions that are unanswered, and we're getting information flying at us right now. So I think this could certainly have some more thought process to it besides making a decision now, and that's why that's one of the reasons, besides the major reason being to there's other areas to address for downtown revitalization than this particular thing.
Any other comments? I do agree with you, Councilman Ellison. I don't think a brew pub's going to save downtown either. And I'm in agreement, I think we all are, that we're not wanting to see it be just more overflowing in alcohol in our downtown area than it currently is. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and reading through this information that Scott sent me, actually they can continue to sell, so it'd be like having a bar. So yeah, I couldn't support that. So definitely thank you for that information, Scott. It was very helpful.
Any other comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Motion carries 6-1. Do we want to bring up self-storage? Or do we want to wait on that one? Self-storage was the other item that received unanimous support, so limiting to the regions that have been, I'm in favor of it personally. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommended amendments and the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommending to restrict self-storage. Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on that motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
So for me, it's, I guess I'm having a little trouble with this because we're talking about not, allowing business to put business on top of businesses, and then we're going to limit another one. So for me, it's like, what are we doing here? Do we want the same business on all four corners, or do we want a mixture of businesses? I think that's what the first item that we brought up earlier was. Do you want to see the same business on all four corners of an intersection? I think that's what we had brought up earlier. Now we're going to limit, and people didn't feel like people were in favor of that. They're okay with seeing that same business on all four corners instead of having a mixed use of businesses. Now we're going to limit another business when we're saying it's okay to put the same business on all four corners. For me, I'd love to see different businesses on all four corners. When you have that same amenity on all four corners, it just doesn't make sense to me. And now we're going to allow that. It seemed like that's what the consensus earlier was, to allow that. So now why are we going to tackle this and limit another business? So for me, it's like, make sure we either do or we don't. We can't judge and pick on businesses. If we're going to allow all the businesses to go one way, we should allow the other businesses to operate as well. It's just my comment.
Other comments? Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you. I agree. I feel the same way about, it was all the same information in the report that we received, and I feel like self-storage is probably just as important as a car wash. But with that said, I still think the city still has entirely too many. And so I'm also in favor of restricting the self-storage as well.
Any other comments? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 5-2. All right. If there are no objections, we're going to leave that where it is, with the understanding staff may bring back additional conversations. Well, I suppose it's also possible for a conditional use permit process for self-storage. We probably should have thought of that before we just took that vote, frankly. But does anybody have an appetite to go back and actually, now that we're thinking about the conditional use process, it's not being, and have self-storage be a part of that? Or are we comfortable with it being the way that it is still?
I'm comfortable. I don't know what they could bring to me that I would be like, oh,
Okay.
that's.
All right, we're going to move on. I agree. Next up, agenda item number 23, consider possible action on 4 change orders totaling $57,456 for the city's Public Safety Center project to be funded From the owner's project contingency balance and to authorize the city manager to act on all future change orders for this project not to exceed the guaranteed maximum price agreed upon where the construction contractor, Bartlett Cock, general contractors. Mr. Harding.
Mayor, Council, thanks for having us back. It's good to see you all again. David Harding, AGCM, Project Manager for the Public Safety Center. So I actually want to start off with some good news, and I apologize, we weren't able to actually amend this before the council meeting. We just missed our window, so I do need to amend this agenda item. What we're actually looking at is 2 change orders rather than 4. There are 4 RCOs. We were looking at RCOs really just 1 and 4 for a grand total of not $57,000 but $27,690. So just to be aware of that. The other 2, we are actually, AGCM together with the general contractor and the design team have gone back. We are still in the process of revisiting those other change orders, RCOs 2 and 3, for possible redesign and cost savings. So we're just not ready to present those yet. We still want to try to save some dollars there if at all possible. So 1 and 4 is what we're looking at tonight. Again, the total would be $27,690 for those 2 items. RCO, and so both of these items are owner-driven decisions that we totally support, by the way. So RCO number 1 would be to demolish a transformer pad where the monument sign is going to go on the northwest corner of the property. So the city had a desire to place this monument sign there. We had existing infrastructure, and it was decided through the city and the design team through coordination that we want to demo this transformer pad so that it is not obstructing any view of this. To do that, it costs some money, so we decided to move forward with that one. Number 4 was a rerouting of a telecom wire. This was put forth by Matt Dawson, who's the director of IT with the city. It was a great idea, essentially extending the infrastructure conduit for telecom to the northwest corner of the property for future use, whether it be AT&T, Verizon, Spectrum, et cetera. And we supported that decision as well. So those are our 2 change orders, if you will, really contingency draws on this project to date. And then the other piece of this, as you said, Mayor, is to go ahead and approve Mr. Sellers. We felt that contractually the city has to have, on this GMP project, someone to sign off on RCOs. We felt the best person in this case was probably for Scott to do that. And we put it before council for your decision.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Harding or Mr. Sellers? Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. Could you explain that first change order again? I just want to make sure I understood it right.
Of course, yeah, no. So we have a monument sign, basically just, signifying, hey, this is the public safety center. We want to put that in a certain area. And basically the decision was made, hey, there's existing infrastructure by way of a transformer pad that is already there prior to mobilization of the contractor on site. So it was just kind of an eyesore obstructing it, and it was decided the city really wanted to put this sign there, and the decision was made by the city, hey, we want to go ahead and relocate this. So we relocated it roughly as like 100 feet, I want to say southeast of that location, to the new location.
Okay, so that was movement of a transformer?
Movement of a transformer concrete pad, yes ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, of course.
Other questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
If I could get anyone from Bartlett Clock to please come on up and give us an update on the building. We've had some residents reach out to me and they wanted to get an update on it.
Sure. Gabe Rodriguez, project executive with Bartlett Cock. So we have some exciting activities happening this week. We had our first concrete pour of the foundation this morning, over 600 yards, along with some paving. And very exciting time. We should see some red iron going up in the next couple of days as well. So it's going to get a lot of attention.
Any other comments?
And I'll be praying for good weather. So.
Yes.
Questions?
Yes, please play for. Yes, please do.
Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the change orders.
All right, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Kell that we approve the change orders. Is there discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Councilmember Ellison.
2 things. One, is your motion only for the change orders and not to authorize the city manager act? So I would just clarity on the motion, and then not a bad way to start your presentation when you're asking for less money than it says on the agenda item. So kudos to you go there.
Tactical.
So I'd like to make an amendment to my motion to include the change orders and to give the city manager the, what would be authorization?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To act on all future, yeah, thank you.
Is that amenable to second?
Second.
Yeah, okay. All right, it's been motioned that we approve agenda item number 23 in its entirety by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kells. Is there discussion on that? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, David.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, next up, agenda item number 24, consider impossible action on an agreement by and between the City of Kyle, Texas and Schaumburg and Polk for preliminary engineering services for the Vibe Trail Network in the amount of $257,000. Mr. Sellers.
Mayor and Council, in a moment, I'm going to introduce, again, Alan Ross with Schaumburg and Polk. For the item itself, there is a visual that would be placed up on the screen, I believe. I will place up on the screen as soon as I sit back down. Council, recently you all had the opportunity to discuss the trail network as it relates to the broad trails plan in Kyle. In our past presentation from Mr. Ross, I think we leaned a little too heavily on the what we'll call the hardscape or the concrete portion of the trail, but that is only a portion of the trail. The city's trail plan consists of not just the Vibe, which is the 12-foot concrete trail, but additionally natural trail segments as well as potential single track segments for biking. The proposal that was placed before you at the last meeting was predominantly for east side trail improvements, but really looking at the hardscape improvements of the Vibe section. It also included two additional scopes, which were the pedestrian crossings or the trail crossings at the railroad tracks west of the interstate. We have agreed to pull both of those scopes out, which reduces the fee quite significantly. So you'll notice it's quite a bit less than it was at the last meeting. The plan as it is now is really from the interstate east, and really what we would like to do is focus our attention not just on one certain trail type, but on looking at all trail types. So what you'll see before you is an agreement that basically includes engineering, flyover, to look at the area where the trail will be constructed. And when I say trail, I mean both Vibe and natural trail segments. And then the PER, the preliminary engineering report, will come back and show that both trail types can coexist and potentially, again, even the single track trail. Mr. Ross is going to stand up and explain that further, but the agreement in front of you, based on the conversation about the natural trail segments, needs to be amended slightly to include more of a focus on the natural side of things rather than just the physical side of things. So what we are going to propose is that this item be increased by $19,000 to include the engineering and design 30% for the natural section. Now, one area that we will need direction as we continue to move forward with design is what should that natural trail look like. Again, this will look at location, but it will also start looking at trail types. So is that a 8-foot wide multi-use path, or is it something smaller to accommodate different recreational opportunities such as mountain biking? With that, I would like to introduce again Alan Ross with Schaumburg and Polk, who can answer questions specifically about the design in 30% PER.
Scott, what did you say the total was that you're
So the
looking
total will be $276,000.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Good evening. I'm Alan Ross with Schaumburg and Polk Consulting Engineers. We're here tonight to discuss the trail systems in Kyle, Texas. As we previously discussed, what was originally considered was what has been referenced as the Vibe, which is a 12-foot wide concrete section trail. It's a multi-use trail that basically can be looked at, I think, as an alternate form or alternate transportation system. It is a transportation system that accommodates hikers, bikers, rollerbladers, anybody that wants to get out and use a recreational trail, but it's also a trail that can get people from point A to B. And the way that I look at the vibe is that it is like the central spine of the Plum Creek trail system. And there's all kinds of other trails that are going to be within that corridor. And so we've amended this agreement to look at both the natural trails, this 12-foot wide multi-use trail that we call the Vibe, and then other types of trails that can be accommodated and fitted into the corridor. So the study report phase shall address the relationship between the proposed 12-foot wide concrete multi-use trail and the system of existing trails, natural trails along Plum Creek. The natural trails are an important resource for the citizens of Kyle and are used often. This report will examine the physical relationship between the proposed trail and the natural trail, where the two trail systems will likely coincide, common stream crossings, and how the proposed concrete trail and the natural trail system can complement one another. This report will address alignments of the natural trail, improvements to the natural trail, and the possibility of improving the existing natural trail to an 8-foot wide natural trail section with either natural or improved surfaces such as crushed limestone base, decomposed granite, emulsified dirt, ground tire rubber, or other available materials. So the study has been amended, the scope of work has been amended to include both the proposed 12-foot wide trail and the existing natural trails that you have there, and has been expanded to look at improving the existing natural trails to become up to an 8-foot wide natural section. So there you have it, Mayor. Can I answer any questions?
Thank you. Well, I just want to say offhand, I know you've got a long drive to get down here, and you've made that drive a couple times, and you just definitely, not everyone puts out the work to make sure they're communicating well with the board, and you've gone above and beyond here recently, even as we've kind of drug out this decision. I just wanted to say I appreciate that.
Remark.
Questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, when we're looking at the natural trail, I saw some pictures. I couldn't find them anymore in our backup material, but I saw some pictures of some really narrow trails, and that worries me. And the reason why is that this is Texas. We're known for our rattlesnakes and our water moccasins, especially around the water. And I would love to see a wide walking trail path. And the reason why is it gives you a little bit of a chance, a little warning to see what's on the side. But if you got that vegetation up close to you, you're probably asking for it. So yeah, definitely. I wouldn't like to see anything narrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Other comments? Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. Appreciate, I second the mayor's comments and your commitment, and certainly appreciated the time you gave us this past weekend as well. Wish the weather was a little bit better. I was all for it, though, by the way. I would have toughed it out. I would have toughed it out. I would have gone anywhere.
Overcoats for everyone.
I was good. I was good to go. But no, I certainly appreciate that. And when we first started this process, the nature trails were a significant portion that I was most concerned about. I understand the vibe. I think it's a unique thing. I certainly think we're onto something leading edge with that. But the nature trail was just as important in us conserving that and expanding that as much as possible. And so I certainly do appreciate that continued implementation into the plan. When we met this past weekend, we talked about one of our very enthusiastic members of our Parks Board, Mr. Jimmy Miller. He is here tonight. I do want to give him an opportunity. He did put together a short presentation. If you wanted to either present that or if you wanted, we are having our joint Parks Board meeting on the 28th, or if you just had any comments that you wanted to make about what you've heard tonight or what you've seen throughout this process as well.
I appreciate it. Councilmember Ellison. Again, for those guys I haven't met and gals I haven't met, my name is Jimmy Miller. Relatively new Kyle resident, been here about almost 2 years. I live out in Stagecoach Crossing, so I started a new job in Houston in October and had an interview with you guys for the board position in October as well. So I came here to the board because I was excited about all the things that the city's doing with the park system. It's amazing. And mostly because I'm kind of a selfish guy who likes to run on those little tiny trails and watch out for those rattlesnakes. So, I came from Louisiana to Austin to here. A lot of us around the community get in our cars and we drive 15, 20, 30, 40, 60 minutes to go ride our bike or to go run Because those of us that spend time out in the dirt, we want the small trails. We don't want to be on an 8-foot trail or 12-foot wide trails. I've spent a lot of time on the Violet Crown Trail in Austin. That infrastructure is amazing, just like the infrastructure for the Vibe is going to be amazing. But having those sections where you jump off into the dirt is what we really like. You know, if you have a mountain biker, a hiker, or a trail runner, we don't want the concrete path. We want to be off in the dirt. So, you know, the idea, I put some things together we'll talk about during the joint session, but, you know, I'm talking about a community group of volunteers, people like me, Josh Keller, several other people are here in town, the owner of the Kyle Bike Shop. We want to volunteer our time, talent, effort, help design the single track trail, maintain it, because I know poor Benito and Stacy, when it rains, they don't have time to go out and cut a tree that's been on the trail for 3 or 4 days. That's what we do as a community of volunteers. We go take care of those things. So that was what I put forth, and I know if you don't get out and see that every day, you look and say, that trail's kind of small, maybe that's not what we need, but you know, this is the thing that brings people into the community. Right now, our lack of this brings people away from the community. You know, we're quick to put our bike on a car and drive into Austin or into San Marcos and ride. I would love to have it here. You know, we're excited about it here. So again, thanks for the time. Yep. I spent a little time with Mr. Allen today. We went and walked some sections together, and I think that you know, we complement each other a lot. I think he has a great vision of what he wants to do, and he has it going on. I have a good vision of what I want to do, and I think it's a complementary effort between the two of us and with the council, where we can really do some good things together. So thanks for your time. Good to meet all you folks, and I look forward to our joint session.
Yeah, I do as well. I just want to say real quick before I release the floor, I really appreciate those last few comments you said. I agree with everything you said before that, but I really appreciate those comments there. And so I hope that we can, as we move forward and as we potentially engage here, that we can collaborate with that and continue to use the experience and institutional knowledge you all have with trails. I think it's great that residents are wanting to come and help us with this initiative. I think that's there's nothing like that. We've got Kyle Hockey coming up later on the agenda and all these different things. How awesome is it that our community is wanting to get involved with the various initiatives of our city? This makes me proud to be a leader here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got some questions as well. So you're talking about a narrow trail for bikes and hikers. How do you get around each other in a narrow trail?
You know, it's funny, I've done this for a long time. I lived in New Mexico for a while, mountain bike trails, so when you see someone coming your way, you don't have a wide trail where you can just separate from each other. It's a trail etiquette thing, right? You see a runner, you see a cyclist, everyone kind of moves to the side. That's just the way it works.
Oh, I've seen it work opposite in Austin.
I agree with that. I'll tell you
sounds like you had a story to tell us.
I agree with that.
So let me tell you my story real quick. So a couple of years ago, there was a big fight up in Austin between runners and bikers. And that's something I'm going to avoid if I can. And the reason why is that the bikers decided they owned that. All the guys on their bikes decided they owned the trail, and the bikers had to jump out of the way. And that's what I worry about as a council member up here when I'm making decisions like this. It's easy to build something. And you know what? If I rode a bike like I used to back in the day on the trails, I'd be all for just all trails. But this is something that belongs to all the residents. So we've got to keep all the residents in mind and make sure we're just not focusing on one group.
I will tell you, Mr. Rizzo, one thing I talked to Alan about today is, you know, when you have volunteers who are actively out on the trails every day, you know what we do? We become the stewards of the trail. We become the enforcers of the rules. We're the ones that are, I tell Alan, we use the word trail shaming. We trail shame somebody if they go out and ride on the trail in the mud because you shouldn't ride a bike in the mud. We trail shame people if they yell at runners to get out of the way. That's what we do as a community of like-minded people, because we want to use these facilities. We want the city to use all these facilities, and we want to encourage people from everywhere to get in there and use them. So that's kind of our job, to police ourselves. So when you have an active group of people, that's what we do. So I understand. I've had head-on collisions with people, running, cycling, everything. I understand that is one of the things. But when you get off on that trail, that's the liability you take. You know, most people are relatively conscious of people around them. And you're right. You have bad actors, just like you have bad actors on I-35 and Burleson Road. It just happens, right? So but having us and have an active group, we become the enforcers of it. And we, you know, it's just a community of people who are like-minded. We want these things to be good for the city. So, you know, I will trail shame someone pretty fast, as most of our folks will too.
Yeah, definitely.
I
But I
appreciate
appreciate you
that
wanting to
concern,
volunteer. I definitely don't want to take away from that. I think that's awesome. The more that of our community that volunteers, it makes our community a better place. So thank you for wanting to volunteer. We'll agree to disagree right now, but I appreciate you wanting to be a part of the process. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
For me, I think it's kind of a both and, not an either or situation. So I think what we're doing with Schaumburg and Polk is necessary, and I think there are, like, I don't like bicycling or seeing bicyclists on Stagecoach because it doesn't have the right infrastructure. And instead of trying to pass another bicyclist, they're trying to get real close on with a vehicle going 50 miles an hour, and there's a ton of them, and they just don't coexist very well. So, you know, we drive up into Austin and have a few different times to go on biking trails that are concrete because I have a whole family with me, and it's a little bit safer, but it's in the woods and it's beautiful and maintained by volunteer groups, and then there's also the off-road. So when I say it's like surf it, like the more diversity in our trail network, the better. So I'd like to see a time in Kyle where folks can bicycle along streets safely and in nice wide concrete paths that go through our land safely, and then also potentially in terrain that you're referencing. So all the options available is how you handle it. So, but anybody have any more comments for this presenter? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Parsley.
really quick. So I am very excited because I bike and I run, and so I do know that system of like, on your left, on your right, whatever. But I do want to offer to volunteer with you guys because I am very excited. I am one who takes the bike to Georgetown because I'm so afraid of cars and trails. So whatever there's no cars, I'm going to be there. So I just wanted to offer that help. Whatever you guys need, I would love to volunteer with that.
Anybody wants to go join? We started a Facebook group called the Pie Capital Trail Coalition. So we did use the city moniker, so you're welcome.
Nice.
Or I'm sorry, I'm not sure who asked, but I thought that was kind of a cool thing. So yeah, join the Facebook group. We have a lot of runners on there because I want this to be a collective group of folks, not very inclusive of just me. Although I am pretty selfish and all about me, I do really want to get the others out too. So. Yeah, but yeah, thank you for that comment.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you guys again. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 26, but to increase the scope of services to equal $276,000 and incorporate the scope as presented.
Second.
Wow. Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Ellison. Is there any further discussion?
Oh, we're really excited about trails. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
no, you are. That's good.
great.
Let's move forward. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Look forward to working with all of you.
All right. Next up, agenda item number 25, consider impossible action on an agreement by and between the City of Kyle, Texas and Burgess and Nyepel for the completion and submission of the project information form to the Texas Water Development Board, Clean Water. Mr. Barba.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barber, City Engineer. Kind of feel bad with our project between these two great projects that we got in front of us and behind us. But anyway, with me today is Kellen Hurst. He's the District Director for Burgess and Nyepel, so I wanted him to explain the program that Texas Water Development Board has. It's the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, low-interest loans for water, wastewater improvements, and as you can imagine, we have some significant projects out there that we need to start funding. Grant, if there's my graph, there's my chart. Let me just give you a bit of background. As you know, our current plant is at 3 MGD, 3 million gallons per day. That's what it's supposed to be treating. And with these latest improvements, we're going to be going up to 4.5 million gallons per day. And that'll be very soon. So we'll be at the maximum allowed by the permit that we have at TCEQ. Right now, we have another firm, CP&Y. They're working on getting with TCEQ and the stakeholders, various stakeholders that we have throughout the area. And we're going to try to ask TCEQ to approve the permit to increase our capacity up to 9 million gallons per day, and even possibly up to 12 million gallons per day. I wanted you to see this graph. This is to be part of their request to TCEQ. If you can see the graph there, it shows, I think, by the year 2024, we will be at 4.5. That's 2 years away, Council. Theoretically, when you hit about 75% of your capacity, you're supposed to be working on your design. And I think by the year 2030, I think, we'll be at 9, from what I can tell. So we need to start our planning, we need to start finding the money to pay for these improvements. Like I said, we have a great project going on now. It's going to be wrapped up soon, so we're very happy with that project. But the fact is, we are growing exponentially. We're just expanding like crazy. As I've told several people before, they call me, want to know about the work that's going on. All I can tell them, it's exploding. And it's going to get, as soon as we finish our sewer lines, it's going to get even worse. We're going to have a lot of businesses wanting to tie into our sewer lines, so it's coming. I'm going to turn it over to Kellen and let him kind of explain to you what this agreement is all about and how it's going to work.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kellen Hurst with Burgess & Nyepel, and with the wastewater treatment plant improvements projects coming up in the future, there are funding opportunities, very city-friendly funding opportunities available, and that's where the Texas Water Development Board's Clean Water SRF loan program comes into play. And essentially there's two things that the city needs to act on, and the first one is basically throwing your hat in the ring saying we want to be eligible for this money. And that's the project information form that is typically due March 1st. This year it's due March 4th. So we're willing to partner with the city and do that at no cost, and assuming everything works out well. It typically takes about 2 months for the TWDB to review all the forms. The PIF is basically just a general info form. Basically, what are you wanting to use the money for? And it's in maybe May, June-ish area, they send out a draft intended use plan, and that's where they provide an idea of what they want to use all their funds for, and they open it up for public comment for about 2 months. And then they provide the final intended use plan in August. And at that point, if the city wants to use, if the city is selected for funds and decides that they want to move forward, then at that point there's an application process. It's a very much more significant impact in terms of the application process with developing the timeline, the schedule, the cost estimates, the preliminary engineering reports, the financial and legal aspects to the project. And then if all goes well, then you close December, January. And that's it in a nutshell.
All right, thank you. Any questions for our presenter? My favorite thing about SWIFT loans for water projects and water development board interactions is the better, more favorable terms that cities often get. It can be sometimes the most competitive interest rates that anyone can get anywhere. You know, not always, but that makes it more affordable. Borrowing money on water and wastewater projects is almost always the appropriate solution because it amortizes the costs into the future. And the future is the reason that you're having to come up with a project in the first place. And low interest can also keep and avoid those higher fees that may have to be employed for using other methods. So fully support. Any other questions, comments, motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 25. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale that we approve agenda item number 25. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 26, consider possible action to approve an agreement between Kyle Hockey and the City of Kyle for uses of the Ash Pavilion for youth and adult hockey programs. This item is Miss Mariana Espinoza, and I'm pretty sure it's going to pass. She brought in the big guns as support, I see over there with the Crane family, so go ahead.
All right, Mayor and Council, Mariana Espinoza, Parks and Recreation Director. So, as you know, just over 4.5 years ago, Ash Crane, who graced us with his presence this evening, made a wish to the Make-A-Wish Foundation for a hockey rink where he could practice his love and joy of playing hockey. And the Make-A-Wish Foundation, in partnership with the City of Kyle, approved that building of the Ash Pavilion in November of 2018. We had the ribbon cutting of the Ash Pavilion in October of 2020. So for the last 2 years, the Crane family, along with other community volunteers, have been working very hard, spending countless hours trying to build a hockey program here in the city of Kyle. And they are now to a point where they could successfully move forward with implementing youth and adult hockey programs, leagues, and tournaments. And we have gone back and forth with the Cranes, who have formed a nonprofit called Kyle Hockey, on reaching an agreement that the city, staff, and Kyle Hockey would be happy with. And so the agreement before you is to partner or to form an agreement with the Kyle Hockey program to allow them to utilize the Ash Pavilion 4 nights a week from 6 to 10 p.m. and on Saturday mornings during the year for hockey leagues, youth and adult hockey programs. The Ash Pavilion would still be open for public play on the times when it's not being used, so that's all day longs, during the day and also on Sundays. The Kyle Hockey does understand that when the city has special events or programs that with enough notice in advance that they will not have Kyle Hockey, they would be willing to work with the city at all times. Let me just go through these notes here. The Kyle Hockey, this is a very similar agreement to what the city entered in with Lone Star Soccer. Kyle Hockey will submit monthly reports. We will work with Kyle Hockey in getting lists of maybe needed improvements at Ash Pavilion, but all final improvements would be approved by the city. And when Kyle Hockey is not using the Ash Pavilion, as I mentioned, we will have that understanding and give them far advance notice. Kyle Hockey will be able to utilize the lights to be able to turn on and off the lights, as well as being able to use a scoreboard. They will present their liability insurance, and they will help keep the park clean and making sure everyone parks in the parking lots and not on the grass. That's a big one. And I have representatives from Kyle Hockey here if you have any questions, or if anyone has questions for Ash.
Thank you. Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. So I kind of teased this one earlier, but I think this is great. I certainly listened to discussion at the Parks Board. You know, there's a lot of things when we get into this office we don't expect to be a part of. We don't expect to be a decision maker in a pandemic. We don't expect some of the things that come our way. But this was something that fits in that category, and I never thought that I would be a part of just small part of a Make-A-Wish. And not only that, but such an unselfish wish. It was so inspiring to me when this came about. How long ago was this now, when we first started this?
November 2018 is when council
2018, thank you.
4 years.
And so, so this is exciting to have had it built, but you know, the wish was to share the love of hockey with Kyle, and you can't share that love if there's no hockey going on. So the exciting thing is that we have very capable people to program it and do what we need and what we want to see in that. I had the honor late last year to go and see one of the championship games. Very exciting stuff. If you ever get a chance to go see that, hockey is an exciting sport to see in person, but particularly at the Ash Pavilion. So with that being said, I do want to make a motion to approve this item.
All right, it's a motion by Councilor Ellison, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Cale that we approve agenda item number 26. Is there discussion on the motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to say how important this is to our city. The other day I was there with my daughter shooting baskets in the Ash Pavilion, and on the other side there was a father teaching his 2 sons how to play hockey, and on the other side there was a kid on a skateboard. So it's being utilized. This is a great Make-A-Wish, and it's going to be there for the families for years to come. So thank you, Ash. Thank you for your wish. And I still have your sports card, so thank you for that too.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask for the agreement, but it looks like it was uploaded today, so.
Yeah, and that's telling me, I thought I uploaded it and I added it to the agenda, and I was going through it today and realized it was not there. So.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you to Ash's parents, and you guys are so supportive and so great. I'm from the Midwest, I'm from Iowa, and there was a team in Moline, Illinois, and they were the Mighty Ducks. So I've seen a few, I just went there just to eat and watch, not really watch the game, but, watch the fights. It's pretty cool. So I'm really excited to see something that is really big up north to come down. Next, we need to get wrestling somehow into here. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, Ash, I got a question for you. I got to be brief because we got more items, though. You want to come up? Have you been getting to play hockey, and have you been enjoying it?
Yes, I have.
Awesome. Glad to hear. Anything you want to tell us about your experience there?
I just like to say that it's been like growing a lot. Like last season we had 2 teams, and now we just got 2 more. So now we have more people to play with.
Awesome. Well, it's way past your bedtime, so thank you. So you just got done with hockey.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, does anybody else want to say anything to Ash? All right. Thank you, Ash. Appreciate it very much. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right. Next up, agenda item number 27, considering possible action on an interlocal agreement by and between the City of Kyle, Texas, and Hays County regarding participation in Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Number 3. I thought the recommendation is going to be we want to postpone this one. No, we're ready. Okay.
Well, no, I don't think you have a backup item on this one, so
Okay.
I think this would be better served as an update because we don't have the document there.
Right.
The Hays County has considered the interlocal agreement for participation in TERS number 3. This was the public hearing you had on the agenda earlier tonight. They approved it, subject to the county attorney filling in some information that he still needs to get from us on the ordinance. And so we're coordinating with that. He's aware of our comments on it, and so we're in good shape to get that finalized with him. He's aware of our items that we need in it. This is set up similar to the TERS number 2 in that the county has 2 board representatives and would function similarly to TERS number 2 in that regard. If there's any questions based on the item at this point, I can answer them. Otherwise, we will bring it back for action.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Paige at this point? All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next one. We'll bring it back. All right. Next up, agenda item number 28, considering possible action to adopt a board's and commission's policies and procedures. Mr.
Mayor, Council, for the record, James, our Assistant City Manager. So it fell to me to try to synthesize the discussion that was happening on Sunday, last Sunday actually, about the desire of the council and how you want to move forward with appointing folks, the processes and the procedures of appointing folks to boards and commissions and committees. So what I did was I took all of those comments and I did my best to synthesize them into something that I think is a workable solution, at least to start with. Completed that this weekend and should have got sent around to you all to be able to read and to digest a little bit at least. I will say that as I was working through it, I wasn't exactly sure what the council's desire would be as far as dealing with midterm vacancies that may happen outside of what a reasonable amount of time would be to get through the June to July. So I did create some alternative language that y'all could consider in your policy or give feedback on. I did set it up to where all of the applications would come through in the window of June 1st to July 31st. And then the council would call a special meeting by September 30th. So that doesn't put it at a particular date. You just have to do it by that date. And then that the folks would be expected to, attend that special called meeting. And then the council could deal with it in the way that y'all had described, which is effectively a nomination process, each council member able to nominate, and then votes taken. It became apparent to me that there might be situations where you still have a pool of candidates who are eligible that may not get appointed, and not because the council isn't willing to appoint them, but just because there's more interest than there are seats. So how those, the tenure or how long those age should probably be considered. And then also if there's any type of tie. So if you happen to have multiple nominations and you take a vote and then there's, 4 votes, and then you vote for the next one and there's 4 votes, and you vote for the next one, there's 3, well then how do you separate the 2 who received the 4 votes So I tried to think through that process, how it might look like, to where you would take the votes on all of the nominations and then narrow it down to the ones that are tied for, I don't know, first place, for lack of a better word. I don't really know what else you would say, the leaders, I suppose. And then you would continue that process until the council's able to get down to the nomination. So the other thing that became apparent when I started doing this is that we're going to have to amend the code. And as an attachment to this first exercise, I did go ahead and propose, you can't do that tonight because it's not posted, you'll have to have an agenda item to amend the code, but I did put together the portions that I thought would be necessary to amend the code to address this policy and effectively changing it. However, in doing that, I've also uncovered other things that the council didn't direct us to look at modifying that deal with boards, commissions, and committees. That would be inconsistencies, incongruencies between the qualifications, like just the base qualifications that you're wanting the applications to be compared against. So for example, boards say that you have to have lived in the city for 12 months. P&Z says you have to have lived in the city for 6 months. So there's different requirements depending on which board or commission you might be on that I think that we could streamline if that's council's desire, because the P&Z requirement for 6 months, I believe, is based off of state law. But the board 12-month is not a charter, it's an ordinance as far as I could tell. It looks like it's an ordinance that adopted the 12-month. So we could, in theory, streamline those. Another thing that became apparent was like the library board is listed as a 5-member board. Am I going too wide?
Well, I'm saying if you're by saying streamline, you're saying amend our ordinance to lower it to 6 months because we can't amend the P&Z to 12.
Yeah, that's right. We can't take P&Z up, so we would take the boards down to match. We would change, the next example would be boards as defined are 7 members, but then you get down to the library board and it's 5 members. So that would be something that we would probably want to look at making consistent, because it's not, it conflicts. So there's a few other things like that. What I'm saying is that, you know, council didn't direct us to look at or to effectively make recommendations to change, but they became apparent as we started going through it. So, and then lastly, there's at least one board and commission, which is the Civil Service Commission, which council doesn't appoint, the city manager does. So I would assume that that would just be excluded, you know, well, the city manager recommends and then the council appoints. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. So I would assume that one would be excluded. So anyway, so I'll stop talking so y'all can help me get this dialed in if it's not where you want it. And then if you want us, or you want me to look at the other items too and try to get all of that, I don't know, the same.
Okay, so the policy that you're discussing that you pulled together from our conversations was emailed to us a day or two ago.
Correct.
It's not in the backup material yet, so I don't think anybody in the public's had a chance to look at it. I don't know if that's relevant, but we can at least discuss the policy at this point. Or
I'm not 100% sure that I nailed it exactly the way that you wanted it anyway.
Okay.
So, you know, it gives us an opportunity to discuss it. I mean, maybe there was the intent to go ahead and adopt it tonight. I think you could do that. It's posted for that. But the code is not, and the code amendments would still prevail.
Okay. Well, the policy, I think, is what we've been trying to get sorted just so that we can get a new policy in place. Some of the other, alignment issues that you're referencing, we could probably deal with later, but I think the focus of discussion needs to be pretty squarely around the selection process and everything that you've written out, which I did think was a fairly accurate summary of the discussions from our workshop. Does anybody have any comments or feedback on the proposal that James sent over? Councilor Ellison.
Well, just not specifically that, but I will say that I generally agree that you're right. There are some things that are going to need to be flushed out, and we kind of talked about it very briefly in that 2 hours on Sunday, that there are nuances with various boards and commissions, and we'll have to figure that out. We also talked about making the application more robust and different things like that. I don't know if we vocally agreed on it, but I mentioned that I think we should really focus on the policy now, get that hammered out, and then we can tackle the application and getting it to where it needs to be, or we could tie up any loose ends or loopholes that could maybe make our boards and commissions more uniform. So I just wanted to make those comments that I'm in agreement, and maybe we could go one by one here and just kind of go through each one if we have, so we can keep everything succinct and hopefully move this conversation so it doesn't take 2 hours.
I don't have it pulled up just yet. It's in an email.
Does everybody have it out? Because I think number 1 is good. It's just the dates regarding when we're going to accept applications and then when the terms were going to begin. And I was pretty sure those were the dates that mimic what we discussed as far as the same thing San Marcos does. You're fired. Here.
So yeah, we did discuss this, and those were the dates that we're kind of settled on. I personally feel like it should go into August, certainly with the leeway of having all of September to call that meeting. You don't have to do it on September 1st, even if you had applications all the way through October 1st, 31st. So you could still call that meeting later in September to give council adequate time. Future councils, what have you, give them the ability to kind of figure that out. But that's certainly not a hill I'm going to die on about that date. But it's just interesting to me because, you know, you are asking for a time commitment, and certainly there may be some folks that know exactly, you know, what their time commitments are in June. But, you know, once again, I just think the closer you get to that and the time of actually holding those, the appointment may be better. But at the end of the day,
I'm in complete agreement also, and for the precise reason of if there's nothing happening between August 1st and August 31st from an interview, there's no next step for them to take other than the following meeting. Why would we not want to take applications? It's just like it's like a dead time. That all it does is put it out of their mind. So that doesn't make sense to me. So I think if we're not going to have any kind of selection process prior to the special meeting, then we should allow for at least up to the, you know, week before, 2 weeks before or something. I think all the way to the end of August makes sense myself, so.
Yeah, I got August 31st. I think that would be good. That gives us kind of, you know, or September 1st, it doesn't matter.
Search James Earp on Sunday.
Yeah. Good luck searching emails on Microsoft.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I typed boards and commissions.
Yeah.
You just did it?
No problem.
I think Scott forwarded it.
I've tried it twice.
Yeah, I think
it's not there. It's
I think
the
Scott
weirdest
forwarded
filter.
it on Sunday morning.
Yeah, maybe Scott sent it also.
I finished it, I think,
Scott,
Saturday
can you
night.
screen share it?
I literally just searched.
Oh, just resend it to everyone.
So weird.
I did the same thing and could not find it.
Yeah,
So strange. See?
So if you do,
All right,
if
Scott
you-
just forwarded it.
If you do extend the time frame, then you do compress the amount of time where you do have to have the nominations done. So right now, you have 2 months effectively. You could do it in August. You don't have to wait until September. You just have to do it by September. So just understand that you have 8 weeks to choose from right now to schedule that special meeting between budget and everything else that's going on. If you move applications to the end of August, now you have to do it in 4 weeks in September. That'd be the only thing I would point out.
Okay.
So for me, we already had this discussion, having it again, I think it's minute. I'd like to just move forward.
Okay. I'd like to make I'll do it. If you want to go fast, we'll go. I'll make a motion to amend Mr. Earp's proposal on point number 1 to extend through the end of August.
Second.
All right, it's motion by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Is there discussion on that motion? You want to talk about it more, Dex?
No.
Okay.
PT said enough.
What's that?
PT said enough.
All right.
Yeah, we talked about it last time, and now we're bringing it back and changing it when we gave direction, so.
That's
Well-
the point of this part here.
Going through them line by line, we're building consensus because we haven't taken votes on any of these things. So this is where we're working towards adopting into policy. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay.
All opposed? Nay. All right, motion carries 6-1. All right, number 2 says each May an official job description for each position that is expiring or vacant will be created and posted to the city's website under the volunteer applications page. City may take any additional measures it determines necessary to ensure there's sufficient awareness of an appointment opportunity. Does anybody have anything they want to discuss on that point? Councilmember Florescale.
Thank you. I would like to specify who is going to create that post. Like who is gonna draft it? We could say like communications is, or whatever department is going to create it. I would like to specify that in the policy.
So normally what we would do is we would defer to the city manager or his or her designee. That's usually the way that it goes. Because what happens if communications can't do it? What happens if so-and-so can't do it? You know, so I think
That right there, therein lies the issue. Like if there's no accountability, then my fear is it could just go down to anybody. And I think when you don't have that accountability, it could cause issues in the long run. So my question is, if we say Assistant City Manager James Earp is going to draft this, and he doesn't, then he could say, okay, I don't have time for this. Can somebody else do it? But at least that we know.
What happens if James Earp takes a nap and doesn't wake up? You know, that's the kind of stuff.
Right, exactly.
Usually it's a general statement because it's his responsibility at the end of the day to make sure that it gets done.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, not that I won't do whatever you ask.
And I wasn't going to say you, like in general. I said communications originally.
Yeah.
I just like to see this be somebody's responsibility. And therefore, if it needs to be passed on to somebody else, we know who is supposed to pass it on.
So the job descriptions right now, the way that I would implement this is Human Resources would be posting it just like they do every other job description.
Except that Human Resources is pretty far removed from boards and commissions.
Yeah, I know, but
it's not on their radar.
It's not, but it's not today, but it's still it's the same work. Right. So, you know, it makes sense to align it with the folks who are already doing the work.
What about the department that the board or commission falls under?
Well, I mean, effectively, every board and commission is going to be posted every year because you're going to have vacancies and term expirations every single year. So really, once we get this set up on the front end, it should be something that starts to happen regularly, automatically. Every May, we open up all the boards and commission positions.
And the job description doesn't change. That's already.
Well, I mean, it can change over time, but yes.
Yeah, I guess if the council were to change
right.
it. But right now, the job descriptions are already set. We know what each board and commission.
So are we
going to
be using the same description?
Unless we have a reason to change them, yeah.
Okay. Can we see those? Whenever you get a chance, just send them to us so we kind of know what's going to be out there.
You mean what's in the Muni Code of what their direction is?
Well, I think
whatever's going to be posted to the newspaper, right?
No, I think we created job descriptions 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Something to that effect for the different boards. I don't know that every single board, like some of the smaller, more nuanced ones, but I believe we have like a job posting, like an actual job description, if you will. So I'm pretty sure
which is derived from the language in the charter for each of those boards and commissions.
It certainly includes that. I don't know if it only includes that.
Right.
That's what I would be hesitant to say.
Well, that's why I say it's derived from it.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, so number 3.
Does anybody have anything else they would like to say on number 2? All right, moving on to number 3, an application for the vacant position will be posted to the city's website on the volunteer applications page. Table will be created showing which boards, committees, and commissions have expected vacancies, which nights they meet for the convenience of the applicants, and posted to the city's website along with the posting. The application will allow applicants to select their preferred assignments. The application must be completed by any person wishing to be considered for the position prior to August 1st. That's one thing we'll need to change. So if it's open to the end of August.
I think I'll just change it. It just makes sense, right? It'll just be September 1st now, right?
Okay. Well, we're working off of a document. If we go through all these documents, I'd like to maybe at least try to call for a vote. So I'm gonna officially move each of these. We finally have something to work off of, is what I'm saying. So I'd like to make a motion to change the last word in number 3 to August 31st.
Wait, was that a motion?
That was a motion.
Second.
Did I not say motion? I just would like to do this. Okay. Oh, all right. I'm sorry. All right. Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Ellison. Is there discussion on that motion?
Mayor, your intent is to make it to match with the ending, but the wording is prior to, so it would need to be the following day, which is September 1st.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'd like to amend my motion to say prior to September 1st. Is that agreeable? Second, all right. Discussion on that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Is there any further discussion on point number 3? Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you. I would like to add local newspaper and social media to where it's going to be posted at. Yes, please. So it'll read an application for the vacant position we posted to the city. I would like to see like to city's website, local newspaper, and all social media.
Are you making a motion?
Oh, yeah, can I, yeah, I would like to make a motion to add local newspaper and social media to number 3, please.
Second.
All right, it's a motion by Councilmember Flores-Cale, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, that we amend point number 3 to include newspapers and social medias in the outreach. Is there discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Anything else on item number 3? All right, item number 4, applications will be screened against the city's codes, basic criteria for membership. All applications must meet city code criteria, or that meet the criteria will be put into a pool for council consideration at a special call meeting to be held prior to September 30th. Unless excused, applicants will be required to attend this special meeting. Is there any discussion on that item? I disagree with the attendance requirement. So I agree with the beginning part, but not attendance. So I think it's I think it's strange to ask for, potentially 20 people to show up for 2 positions and go through a process when it's very unlikely. So as far as a requirement, I've heard about San Marcos. I don't believe they have a requirement, but it's very highly encouraged. If you don't show up, you don't reach out. This policy puts it all on us. If we haven't heard from them and they're not here, it's on them, I suppose. So, but the requirement, if somebody can't make it, everybody understands this applicant. They can't make it for some reason. I guess the excused would make sense there, but they'd have to work through that. I'd rather not require it myself. So, is there anybody who's even sympathetic towards that? Councilor Ellison.
I actually am. So in looking at all the other cities, they did not have an attendance requirement either. Under the old policy, I definitely wanted it because there was a nominee that was brought forward from interviews that I wasn't a part of, and I'd want an opportunity to have my own questions answered by that applicant. This process gives us everybody. So with us having everybody's qualifications, everybody's application, everybody's resume, what have you, and that information, I don't think it should be a requirement either. Strongly encouraged, certainly. They can come and speak and, give their piece at, a comments period, what have you. They can certainly email or provide any additional things they want to do, but I agree with you. If the idea is that this policy will, regardless if it's 5 people applying or 55 people applying, it should still work pretty seamlessly. And I think that could work when it's 5 people, but when it's a large number of people for various different boards and only a few positions, that is a pretty tough requirement. So I am sympathetic to that.
Councilmember Flores-Cale.
I agree. I agree with that 100%. But then my question would be, how do I ask this applicant questions if they decide not to show up?
You would not be able to.
Okay. So how would that work in real world? Like if I was going to go to a job and I was like,
I've never seen a real world example of calling 20 people in to a room and having a board of 7 follow anything close to what this policy is. But
if you've ever
this
been
is
to
different.
LA,
I'm not saying words.
it happens all the time. If I wanted to be an actor,
Correct.
I just go.
I agree. I'm just saying it's different.
So I guess I'm confused. And there's no talking to these people prior to, right?
You can.
Oh, you can. Okay, I thought we were gonna see it the day of. I guess you're gonna see it. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
No,
so
I would submit that if you're wanting to, from this point forward, if you're not reaching out to a council member, if you're not showing up, if you're not working the system, you're probably not going to make it. So, that's just the nature of the way that it will go. So, you'll have opportunity to talk to them all ahead of time because the applications will be sent over ahead of time. But it's just the requirement that they're here. I really don't know how it's gonna shake out. I know that much. I know I don't think that they should be required, and that's my thought. Mayor Pro Tem.
So the discussion we had that Sunday was, I kind of brought this up, and the way it explained to me is that the application is going to be complete, that's what we should base this on. And if we're going to pull away from that, I don't know if I can support that, because if we're not just going to look at the application and say this is best applicant, because that's how it was explained to me on Sunday that we came in for that workshop 2 weeks ago, that we would look at the application and go from the application. It wasn't about them bringing them in, making 20 people come up here, and half of them were denied, and they spent their entire day here. So I think we need to stick to that, because that's what we talked about. That was a discussion.
Well, it was a discussion. There were no votes or anything taken. It was a general discussion. So what I'm guess I'm not understanding here, and I agree with you on your point, Mayor, but what I'm not understanding, we have agenda items all the time. Councilmember Tobias talked about meeting with the ethics appointment from Daniela, Councilmember Parsley. There's nothing against you doing your due diligence to make a decision coming to this dais. So I guess I don't understand what the concern is here about, certainly if you just want to go by the applications, that's your process. If you just want to pick names out of the hat, that's your process. Different things will mean different things to everybody. We've had discussions about people picking folks from certain parts of the city. That's part of their process. So this way, all of us have our own process and what we want to do in order to make what we feel is a fair appointment to our boards and commission and engage with these volunteer residents. But I guess I don't understand what the crux of the issue is.
So my crux right now was the statement the mayor said. If you don't show up and you don't talk to a council member, you're probably not going to make it. That's the statement they got me right now. And I'm like, well, then why even fill out an application? That's what's getting to me right now. Is the requirement for them to reach out to us? Is that what the mayor just said? They have to reach out to us, or are we reaching out to them? I'm good with us reaching out to them, but the statement the mayor said right now was that if you don't talk to a council member, you're probably not going to make it. So why even turn in an application? So are we saying turn in an application and reach out to council members, or are we saying turn an application and we might reach out to you?
That was the mayor's his thoughts. I don't agree with his thoughts.
It's a relevant question. So it's a relevant question. So, but Dex's response or Councilor Ellison's response is appropriate because everyone has different reasons for why they may or may not support someone. So, in the past, someone not showing up has been the basis for votes going one way or the other. It may not be that way for everyone, but if we make it a requirement that they be here, what we're saying is this is something that is a standard that we're all agreeing to. But Councilor Ellison's comments, I think, are much actually truer to the way it would work out. We're all going to vote based on how we individually want to vote and for no other reason. So if someone not showing up is disqualifying for any individual, they may choose not to vote for that person. If not reaching out or not hearing from them in any way, that may be the way they choose, but requiring them to be here flips it on to the policy and says that's something on the other side of the coin. So that's why I was saying, let's don't make because for me, that's not it. Whether they show up to the meeting or not, if I've gone through and had discussions with them, I understand. I might want to, whether they can be here or not for that special meeting, might be completely irrelevant to, to one of us or more of us. So again, that's my thought on the requirements. I guess all I was saying about because there's nothing from qualification to selection of there's no vetting process, which is what this is. There's qualification, and then this process is the vetting. I don't know how it's all going to work, but I just don't think that. I think I've already made the point, so I just don't think they should be required. So.
And I agree with you. Making 20 applicants come out here for 2 or 3 positions is not the right way to do it. So I totally agree with that. Sometimes I hear some bullet points and it scares me, because I don't want to deter people from volunteering. I want people to volunteer. I remember we had to beg people to volunteer in the city, and we don't have that issue no more. We've got to be careful on not being heavy-handed and encouraging volunteerism It's a volunteer organization. You're not getting paid. You're coming out of the goodness of your heart to give of your time. And I know that because I've volunteered all over this community. And I know what it's like to be a volunteer. I've been there, I've done that. I'm still doing that. So that's where I'm trying to be careful at. I don't want to discourage volunteerism. I want to make sure people have an opportunity and they want to serve and they love to serve. And that's where I'm coming from.
I'd like to make a motion to strike the last sentence from point number 4 that states, unless excused, applicants will be required to attend this special meeting.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Ellison. Is there discussion on that motion? Councilmember Flores-Cale.
Thank you. Can we add, instead of just completely taking it out, just say, mention that attendance is encouraged, exactly. So that way they know.
So
I mean, the truth is like maybe.
It's probably a good clarification.
I would word it this way, probably, just looking at it. Applicants are encouraged to attend the special meeting, period.
Sure, yeah.
Very simple, succinct, but it's not required.
All right, I'd like to amend the motion to add the sentence, applicants are encouraged but not required to attend this special meeting. That's agreeable. All right, so we'll take a motion on the amendment, which is the new one, and then we'll take the initial moment, the vote on the original, which will strike the first sentence. So as to the amendment adding the language, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And now we'll take a motion to strike the original sentence. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Anything else on agenda item on point number 4? All right, point number 5, council will consider all eligible applicants based on applicants' preference for appointment. Anybody have anything they'd like to say on that item?
As long as it's clear, I don't know if it's too ambiguous, but basically we're addressing in this, I believe, is the idea that was discussed on Sunday, that, they would be able to put their preference. So they could put, 1, they could put 2, they could put 3, they could order those. That's what this is getting at. So if someone only had interest in the Parks Board, nothing else, they could just put that. If they had Parks Board and Library Board, they could put that. If they wanted a dip in anything, then they could list that order as well. That's what I'm understanding, correct?
Yeah, I don't know necessarily that it has to be ordered, but at the very least, select the boards that you're interested in. I mean, that would be the minimum requirement, I would think. Right. And then if we wanted to take it to the next step to say, okay, now put them in a hierarchy, like what's your first choice, second choice, third choice type deal, we could do that too, I suppose. But it just depends on what y'all prefer.
I would like to see it where they could just pick one if they didn't want to pick anything else.
Yeah, I think what we would do is we'll just set it up as like little boxes that you click, like which one. Either you're interested in all, which is one box, or you're interested in select ones and you select them. Yeah. And then that's probably the extent of it.
So, but I think what I'm hearing is that regardless of what you check, when you show up, if it's agreed upon, you could potentially go into any one. That's more of a feedback system because you've applied, you're coming forward, you can be nominated by us for anything. So it wouldn't really be based on what you check. If somebody didn't check that, if they left the library board blank, technically we could put them on the library board, but it would require someone to nominate someone for a position that they didn't fill out. So maybe there's discussion, maybe an extenuating circumstance, but I think it's all fine really right now. I think that's gonna work out, but right, it is the case that regardless of what they check, if it was deemed for some reason that the board wanted to take a vote to put that person in that particular slot, we would still be able to.
I guess that's kind of up to us if we want to do that. I mean, I don't know if I feel strong either way. I mean, if someone wanted to just submit for one and they had no interest in the others and maybe we didn't have enough to fill, I don't know. I don't know. I think we could work.
Well, they might always decline the appointment too.
Yeah,
like,
they could decline the appointment. Right.
Yeah, I mean, they could.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess I don't see, would there be any harm in just whatever they check, whether it's 1, 2, 3, however many items, that when we get to that board, those names are pulled up, as they checked one of these boards, and therefore you're in that initial pool that could be nominated by any council member.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is it the case that they can only be considered for the boards in which they applied, or can they be considered for all boards? Because we've kind of been saying it two different ways, and the policy I think should be consistent, and then as long as it's consistent, we can work within it and under circumstances.
Yeah, I didn't say solely, so I think that would narrow it to where, like, you could only consider what they select. It would say something like this: all eligible applicants, council will consider all eligible applicants based solely on the applicant's preference for appointment. That would narrow it down to only the things that they pick, is the way I would interpret that. So without the word, it depends, as long as y'all are comfortable with it being open to what you prefer, then I think it works.
As long as they got the option of just picking one, I'm great. I don't think council would grab somebody if they didn't check a box, because it probably wouldn't.
It's very unlikely.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't, yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. To try to find a medium to that, maybe we could put something that says, applicants are encouraged to apply for all boards/committees which they are willing to serve in the front, and in the back, or the second sentence would be exactly what's there now, which is council will consider all eligible applicants based on their preference for appointment.
What was the first sentence you said again?
Applicants are encouraged to apply for all boards/commissions which they are willing to serve. So that way it kind of puts them out there that A, you may not get the one that you want, and B, don't check any that you're not willing to do. And then at the end, the last sentence would be, council will consider all eligible applicants based on their preference for their appointment. So that you're saying that, you know, based on what you guys choose, that's how we'll decide. Or is that too wordy?
So what I put is applicants are encouraged to apply for all boards, commissions, or committees that they are willing to serve. And then the second sentence remains, which was the original sentence.
Are we all good with that?
That certainly allows them to choose just one.
Okay. All right, I'd like to make a motion to add the sentence that's been read out a couple times to number 5.
Second.
A motion by the mayor, second by Councilmember Flores-Kell. Is there discussion on it? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, number 6, during the first round of evaluation, each board, committee, and commission will be addressed independently. Each council member may nominate any number of eligible applicants for consideration to fill any particular vacancy. These applicants become nominees. Any discussion on that process? Only consideration that I have is what if somebody is really wanting one and we're going through them systematically, but they would have served on the other, and there's just a situation where if they had known that they were or weren't going to get one spot, they might have switched up what they would like to serve just based on that process, but I don't know that there's any way to fix that, so.
Well, they'll put down what they want. Like, maybe we could take that into consideration and do them last, or if we say, hey, we picked this guy and this is his third option.
Yeah, so I think the challenge is, if I understand what the mayor's saying, is...
Well, I can say it more clearly. Let's say you want to be on the Parks Board and you want to be on P&Z. The Parks Board is coming up, and we all think that this person is really good for the Parks Board, but they really want to be on P&Z, but they don't know if they're going to get on P&Z, in which case we might put them on the Parks Board, and then they're no longer an applicant for P&Z. So it's one of those kind of situations where it might put someone in the wrong seat just based on the order with which, because it's one giant pool is the point. And they might say, but at the same time, it could probably work out through a conversation if it was straight up getting to that point. Maybe they could make that known or something.
And you could flip it the other way too, with your point about not knowing if you would get on, because let's say you held out for the P&Z and you didn't get it, then you would have been happy to serve on the Parks Board, but that one's already passed now.
Right.
So, you know, I don't know that there's a simple way to fix this problem with a process. I think you're probably just going to have to noodle on it and figure it out when you're in it.
Anything else on that particular item?
Does allowing them to rank it not help us do that, though?
It
So
might.
if we knew
Yeah, it
what
would.
their order of preference was.
That only helps if the order of their preference matches the order that you're taking the commissions, and that won't be the case. Because if my first preference is down at the bottom of your list, so you skip over me for all those other ones you get down there, and then I don't get that last appointment. That was the last one that y'all did. I would have been more than happy to take my second or third choice up here, but you don't know that.
I just don't think we can fix that right
I
now.
don't know how to fix it, quite frankly.
Anything else on that point? I'm going to keep us
That's the
moving.
helpful part of having people attend in person, where they can talk to you and
It
say,
is.
hey,
I agree.
if I'm really interested in this other deal, so I'd prefer to hold out or whatever.
All right, point number 7, based on the first round evaluation of the applications, a vote will be called on each nominee. Nominee that receives the most votes will be appointed. If there are multiple nominees tied for most votes, council vote will be called to tie break, removing any nominees that receive fewer votes until there is an obvious nominee. That's pretty clear to me. Any discussion on that one? Number 8, the process will be repeated for every seat available for every board, committee, or commission until all seats are filled. No applicants can achieve a majority vote or the applicant pool is exhausted. Questions or comments on that one? All right, that's pretty much it. Midterm vacancies, it shall be the policy of the city council that in the event there are one or more midterm vacancies and desire of the council expressly by majority vote is to fill the vacancy prior to the regular annual process, that the council may fill said vacancies by a process that closely resembles the procedure above. After a posting, applications are open for at least 30 days, and appointments are made at a city council meeting where the council works through the applications in the same process as above. In the event there are eligible applications remaining from the previous call for applications, council may elect to fill from that pool without posting a new call. Comments on that one? The may elect to fill from that pool without posting, I don't know how we could communicate that information in a way to get it onto an agenda item. I don't know that it would be an agenda item. Filling from the pool, I just don't really understand.
Well, I guess what I was trying to struggle with was you have an applicant pool, you go through, you make your applications, and maybe you had a huge turnout for a particular board. Then you get into November, and then that board has a vacancy come up. And rather than start the whole process all over again from scratch, when you have all these qualified, applicants that were interested that could serve. So that's why I kind of just put it on y'all to have to say at a council meeting to say, hey, we want to take action to fill this board, outside of the normal policy. We want to consider the pool of applicants that we already have. Or to say we want you to post and open it up for 30 days, or to say we want you to consider the pool and open it up for 30 days. Y'all can decide based on what's appropriate.
And this language allows for any of those options.
I think it does. I mean,
when I read through it, it sounds like it gives council and future councils the ability to choose whichever of those options they want to do. Whether they want to fill it, they want to call a special meeting and fill it, whether they want to wait until the annual window, if they want to, or if they want to pull from a previous applicant pool. It's all at their disposal, and I kind of like that because it gives the council a little flexibility to do, depending on when that happened and throughout the year and stuff like that.
I think I need to add one word at the very end to make that better, which would be council may elect to fill from a pool with or without posting a new call. And then that makes it to where you can do either or. You can include the existing pool, or you can do a new call, or you can do them both. So add the word with or without.
But if you had a pool and you posted and they didn't reapply,
then they would not be included, unless the council is saying we want to consider the pool plus open it for 30 days.
I guess all the options are probably available, as Councilor Ellison was saying.
Yeah, what I was suggesting was adding just 2 words at the last sentence to clarify. But if y'all feel it's good, I'm happy to leave it like it is too.
Just adding that language will create that extra option for the council. And once again, I'm thinking about in the future as well, giving them options. So I like the idea.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Ellison. I think the with or without gives a little direction to the next council, so that way they're not guessing at it. I think it'll help.
This is as much of a process for me as it is for y'all.
No doubt. I'd like to make a motion to amend midterm vacancies .1, the last sentence, to add with or before without. Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Ellison. Is there discussion on the motion? Did I get it at the right spot? Council may elect to fill from that pool with or without posting a new call. Discussion on that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Is there anything that anybody wants to bring up, potentially adding? Councilman Florescale.
Thank you. I would like to include something regarding reappointments. I think that they should have to at least fill out another application in case their information is changed. Anyway, it's not really mentioned in here, and I think reappointments are going to be kind of an important issue.
So I tackled that, I thought, up at the very first. Item one. Normal term expiration, reappointments, or vacancies. So that effectively is wrapping it all together. Because in effect, if your term is expiring, that is an effective vacancy, right? That doesn't mean you can't reapply.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Sometimes people suggest reappointments, and I didn't know. Like, is it going to do any good to suggest a reappointment anymore? Does that mean you got to fill out the
what they would do,
application
in the way that this is set up, if I'm serving on the library board and I want to be reappointed, I would put in my application, and in my application, in my cover letter and resume or whatever, we want to have them attach, because the application's only going to be like, are you eligible? Blah, 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 blah. That's it. And which ones are you interested in, right? That's pretty much the application. So the upload of the cover letter, I would assume, would be the things, and the resume would be the things that y'all would be interested in seeing. Right. And I would put in there, hey, I'm very interested in serving again. This is what I've done for you, so on and so forth. And hopefully y'all would take that into consideration when you're making your appointments.
So, for example, if Mariana was going to suggest a reappointment, would there be like a
You want like staff endorsements?
Well, I mean, I've seen it. It's happened a couple times, so I didn't know if they could write a recommendation.
do that right
yeah,
now.
if they could do
But
like
it's
a
not in
recommendation letter or something.
Yeah, it's not in this policy right now, but we could put that in there if you'd like to make it available for. I mean,
like staff.
But doesn't that go against what
I kind of think
everything we've been
Okay,
doing?
no, I'm okay with that. If we leave it out, I just want to make sure we cover all the bases. But if we're not going to accept that, then I'm okay.
There just really isn't a reappointment, other than they're eligible to apply for another term. That's really all there is, and everyone else is eligible to apply for that seat too.
Would y'all be
no fast lane?
Would y'all be interested in well, if you wanted to know, hey, is this person? I don't know. I mean, do you want to be able to ask staff
We could reach out to staff.
on your own? Okay. Yeah, I think that's better.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I've got a couple of things, but I was trying to find the exact language that it says. So I know, and this is kind of also to the point that Mr. Earp was making earlier about the different nuances there are for the different boards and commissions. For example, the library board is the only one that has something in the Muni Code that says that they can make a recommendation, as well as the only 3 other members have to be residents. So they have a recommendation option on the library board, as it states in our code. I was just trying to pull it up again.
In the boards and commissions policy?
No.
It calls it out separately?
In the Muni Code.
In the Muni Code.
Yeah, those are those code amendments I'm talking about where things don't necessarily completely align with each other.
I'm trying to find it to give you all the exact.
Because if
do you have it?
If the qualification, even while he's looking for that, if the qualification is only 3 members have to be college citizens, well, that's one of the requirements to be appointed to a board or commission is to be a citizen. So, like that's the things I'm talking about where they conflict.
2441. Okay.
Well, yeah, I think the desire would be that any board or commission subject to this policy should follow the same reappointment process. So that would be, or you think no?
Well, I'm just saying, so it just specifically states in that section that the board shall be appointed by the city council. The board by majority vote may recommend members to serve on the board. That's what it says. And
what does that mean exactly?
Like they're making recommendations to you as a council. So the library board says, we want this person reappointed. And then they came to council recommended by the library board for reappointment.
Okay.
Isn't that right? Or was it just new members too? Yeah. Paul's not here, but that's the way I remember it happening. And again, the original library board was, kind of like a set group of people.
All right, so this is a page question. I didn't mean if I was taking you off, I was just gonna try to. All right, so this is a policy, but it has to be adopted by ordinance, or not. The question is, does it require first and second reading? And if so,
this is not an ordinance. Right. I haven't drafted it as an ordinance.
All right, so it's just a
policy currently.
So currently, if we vote on it, it's in.
It becomes policy, and then what I was stating is a lot of this requires amendments to the code, which would be an ordinance, and it would have to align a lot of the things that conflict. And I'm probably not going to catch everything because I'm not an expert on everybody's board and commission, but I'm going to catch as many of them as I can, and then tell you, like, look, these are the conflicts, and then y'all can decide which ones you want to alleviate and which ones you don't.
Well, I guess my thought is I'm just trying to establish this so we can move forward. Because we just went through it. I want to establish it, move forward, and work on it.
As far as I'm concerned, if y'all vote on this as a whole, it's your policy.
Okay.
Right?
So I'll just state that I'm kind of indifferent about that. I can be fine with the board if they want to take a vote and recommend. It would just be a recommendation. At the end of the day, the council still could not take that recommendation, just like any other recommendation from a board or commission. But it does give that opportunity for them to voice if there's a member that they really feel that has contributed to their team and they want to keep that person or feel like that person deserves reappointment. I don't see really the problem with them stating that if that board feels so compelled to. I've certainly seen and witnessed boards that have not been so favorable to some of their colleagues, and I could see that not happening in those cases as well. But anyway.
Can we put in there something maybe that says all recommendations should be written and then they could just upload it with their application?
That's what I was just gonna say. I mean,
that way you're kind of
Like you're saying, like ask for.
if somebody wants to get reappointed and somebody makes a recommendation, just attach that with the application. That doesn't mean, that it's gonna have, I'll say, special treatment. You're just submitting everything together and you're gonna go to the same pool of all the other applicants. You just have a recommendation. If the board makes it, if they wanna recommend you, they can add it with you can add it with the application.
So I would assume that y'all want cover letter, resume as a part of their application packet. It's not, staff isn't screening any of that. It's just they attach it as a file. So then you would just add recommendation as the third thing that you're looking for, any recommendations.
Just what I thought we were saying, just whatever Round Rock did, whatever their application process is.
I
that
don't
was the
know.
one.
Yeah, so that's the other thing here. And once again, that, like I said on that Sunday, there's the policy and then there's the application. Round Rock has a very robust application that you're going to get a lot of information from that application. It's not just the basics. So a robust application will help a lot with that. Requiring a resume or a cover letter, I've heard from folks that have been retired and stuff. They're like, I haven't had a resume in 10 years, So I don't know if requiring that, is all that necessary, but it's one of those things. If they want to add it, if they want to add a resume, if you want to add a cover letter, if you want to add letters of recommendation, if you want to, a organization you're a part of in the city wants to, like Kyle Invaders wanted to write a recommendation for me to be on the Parks Board or something, just hypothetical. Whatever they want to add to it I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but requiring it is a different thing.
Right.
Let the applicant do what they feel is best to help the council understand who they are and why they should be considered.
Okay. We currently have several vacancies, but per the policy, we'll have to call a special meeting, and probably the best way to do that would be to add an agenda item down the road for us to call it and decide it at that point in time. So we don't have to decide that here because this is the policy itself, which gives direction to us. And then we can follow that direction and bring an item back, assuming the council wants to fill those seats instead of waiting until September. So
I highly recommend so you're saying that we need to have another agenda item coming up on March 1st that would state, that would be our opportunity to call the meeting?
Right, call a meeting. We'll need a post for new applications. Give us however 30-day window at least. Just follow the policy. So, and fill them.
So there's no way we could adopt a policy tonight and get that started tomorrow? That 30-day clock?
Well, it's not posted for y'all to call for, the item's not posted for that, I don't think. It's
Well,
only
no,
posted for
the-
consideration of the policy.
Consider and adopt a policy. So I'm saying we adopt that policy and procedures tonight, and then therefore that triggers the application process starting the start of 30, no?
No, because the policy says council has to take a vote to call, to open the thing, to call it. Otherwise, it
spelled
would
out.
wait
It's
until
pretty
June.
good.
I got you.
So next council meeting, you could certainly do that.
Well, that's kind of what I like. Let's
We
pass
won't
this.
have the applications and all that stuff, different. It'll still be the same. We won't have time to get all that stuff changed. I don't
No,
think.
yeah. And I think I was trying to make that point on Sunday. We're going to have to touch back this and get hammered down on the application. We're going to touch back, and it's going to just take a lot of time going through the code and comparing that. So I think there's other work to be done, but I don't know. I was just hoping to get I guess we adopt the policy tonight, but I guess if we can't make any moves until March 1st to do anything else besides adopting the policy, then so be it.
Paige, could they adopt the policy, vote to suspend the rules, and then make the call? Or is it because the language isn't covering for that? You know what I'm saying?
Which
Yes.
which they're suspending the rule to open up the.
They're suspending the rule to require them to make the call, right? Which is what the policy would say. Policy says for them to call it early, that they need to vote to do that, but it's not posted for that.
Add a requirement in there that for the first application after the policy's adopted, call is open immediately. Put a line in there.
Yeah.
That allows you to do
That
that.
would work. Does that make sense? What she, yeah.
I was looking up when
she's
the
gonna
next,
add it.
when the earliest we could get it on was. I was trying to.
So yeah, what she said is pretty genius. You just add to this that it's going to take effect, and we'll do it immediately following this meeting.
So add a line to
Yeah.
the policy that says immediately after the adoption of the policy, the call is open for the first time, like right now.
Oh, I see.
For any vacancies that are
All right,
currently
somebody make that
existing.
motion.
I
Please.
make a motion to include the verbiage that Paige just said.
Yeah, you're pulling my move. That's my move.
I'm just emailing it to Paige, just so y'all know.
Bad
I do that a
habits.
lot. It works.
Or am
Nobody
I
argues
emailing
with
it to Barbara? Who am I emailing?
All right, second. Is there discussion on that motion?
This is good.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to vote on this, and then we're going to make a call, or by adding it, it triggers it automatically because it's the first one?
It just triggers it automatically.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the boards and commissions policy as amended. Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kell. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right.
Thank you.
We toughed it out. We crossed a big bridge, so congratulations.
Good job. Thank you, James.
Thank you, James. All right, next up, agenda item number 29, discussion of qualifications and procedures for room.
Are we gonna vote on the trigger, or did it automatically do it, or you can just go ahead and do you can already call, okay.
I believe staff's going to call it.
Okay, sounds
So,
good.
all right.
Thank you.
Next up, agenda item number 29, discussion of qualifications and procedures for room dedications in the new Public Safety Center. Councilmember Flores Kell.
Thank you. Chief is not here. Should we hold off until Chief comes here, or do you think, because really the direction is going to be for him? So, I mean,
Yeah, I think we can wait.
yeah, I don't mind postponing this until he can be here.
And
All right, any objections?
And
All
I
right.
would encourage you to also, when it's something like this, encourage maybe the association as well. Do they have anything to do with that, Scott? That's a question, just because it's
They haven't. I mean, it's really,
more chief.
yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure we covered everything, getting the right people involved with it.
All right, next up, agenda item number 30, discussion regarding Chapter 53 zoning, Article 7, non-conforming uses and structures. Councilmember Flores Kell.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I was reading our city's non-conforming use and structures. I've had 2 residents reach out to me, whereas I'm trying to assist them in either being able to use their home or being able to expand their home. And I thought this was kind of a issue for people who have been here, longer than the zoning. I came across somebody that lived here 2 years before the zoning ordinance was even created. So it was interesting. And the reason why I brought this today was mostly for the residents, to protect those who have been here, longer than most of us, and who want to either expand their house or, in another instance, if their house happened to catch on fire, they would not be able to rebuild. And so my fear was we would be losing people who have been here for a while. So I sent out City of San Marcos's Code of Ordinance. And I really want to, I think there are some things that I want to focus on the residents primarily, but I think we also should focus on the City of San Antonio to figure out some business non-conforming use and structures that we should add to ours as well. And so I would say on page 3, it talks about discontinuation. I like for residential that discontinuation is 12 calendar months. Currently, I think we have 90 days. Yes.
Is that the San Antonio?
No, right now I'm looking at San Marcos for residential, I should say. And when I talk about San Marcos, it's going to be strictly just residential. It also, in letter K, I guess it would be, letter K, it defines the word abandonment. And then it has 3 different types. I would like to see and after each. So if somebody falls into all 3 of these categories, we could deem it abandoned. It also discusses abandonment as far as if there's going to be a repair. So just because you repair your home, it doesn't mean you abandon it, but it does give you a time frame of when that work needs to be done. And then on section 20.345.040, maintenance and repair, it discusses alterations and expansions of non-conforming uses and structures. Letter A, more specifically, allows for 10% of gross habitable square footage or of structure and may be expanded to the maximum setback of the previous residential zone. I would like to see that, however, 15 or 20%. For residents who would like to expand, either a bedroom or a kitchen. And then finally, section 20.345, 0.06, damage and or destruction. And this specifically discuss, they call it casualty or acts of God, which currently the city does not allow for us to build if there happens to be fire, flood, wind, explosion, earthquake, or other casualties or acts of God. Their ordinance allows it to be rebuilt as long as it falls into 3 different categories. So I don't know if anybody wants to discuss that.
Anybody have discussions? Tell us what you're trying to accomplish.
Okay, what I'm trying to accomplish is to allow residents that have been here and that are non-conforming to expand on their homes with limitations. So you're not going to be able to build vertical. You're not going to be able to build beyond your property. This one is, I think, 10%. You can enlarge your house by 10%. I would like to see that 15 or 20% because those older homes aren't as big as the newer homes. So if it's 1,000 square feet and we want to let it expand 10%, that's only 100 square feet. And I also want to be able to, it kind of bothers me to know that if a house were to burn down from somebody who had been here for, 50 years, 60 years, they wouldn't be able to rebuild their homes. And my original goal was just to get rid of the whole thing. I was like, I don't want to see this because I know it hurts our residents. Nothing in this nonconformity helps our residents. So, but then I was realistic and I was like, we do need this for the city to make sure that when we rezone, that we're able to make that eventually uniform. And I think that's the goal of the city as well.
So if there's a residence that is being used as a residence in legal non-conforming way, but perhaps has a different zoning, which would cause it a non-conforming, what you're saying is you want them to be able to still be able to do additions and expansions on their home from 10% to, we'll say 20%, is what you
Correct.
said? I have no problem with that personally. So if it's 10% currently and they want to make it 20%, but you can't change the use. It has to
Correct.
continue to be, so you can't add, nothing gets triggered. You're not allowed to have a commercial use out of it, I suppose. Anybody have thoughts on that?
So will that be like the aesthetics of the building included?
So for San Marcos,
Right.
they have that in there. It's on page 7 of 10, section 20.345.040, maintenance and repair of nonconforming, and it does allow for that. So I guess I can just give you the sections that I'd like to see, and then maybe we can have staff work on it and bring it back, as well as include any kind of nonconforming use and structures from, I think, the city of San Antonio for businesses, because I'd like to see both of those be updated.
The acts of God portion, I don't. That's a tough one because there are so many areas. Like for example, if you have a sign that's legal non-conforming and that sign falls down, you're not allowed to put it back up. It's always been something that I thought was kind of strange, but I understand the reason for it. If it's non-conforming and it loses its value, you have to bring the replacement up to code. But at the same time, if the bulbs go out, for example, you're allowed to replace the bulbs.
So actually, the damage and destruction does cover that. It says, if I can read it, if you guys don't mind, if a non-conforming residential or non-residential structure is damaged or destroyed by fire, flood, wind, explosion, earthquake, or other casualty or act of God, the public enemy, or other cause that is beyond the control of the property owner, and that could not otherwise have been prevented by reasonable care and maintenance of the structure may be restored, and occupancy at the time of destruction may be restored. So I think what it's trying to say is as long as you are keeping up with your house, and it's not like you haven't kept up with the wiring or the electricity, then you can rebuild.
My question with that, will it apply the 50% damage to this too? Like if
For
it gets
those,
burned
it's
to-
100%. So,
Okay.
All right, I'm going to get Councilmember Tobias in. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Oh, thank you, everybody. Wow, okay.
I thought you were asleep down there,
yeah,
Mike.
yeah.
No, his hand was here, and then it was here, and then it was here.
sorry.
I'll make this
Trying to
quick.
follow. Towards the end, we get a little looser, and that's okay.
All right, I'll make this quick, guys. We got to get going. I'll make this quick. The reason why we brought this forward is, again, because an area where we're talking about also as well is an older neighborhood. And so if there's anybody that has been here for many, many years and they need to upgrade their home, whether it's adding a wheelchair ramp or remodeling their bathroom or adding on to the kitchen because of any kind of disabilities as people get older in life, that's kind of what we're looking at. And so I understand what Councilmember Flores Scale is trying to get at. But if they've already been grandfathered in, they've been living there, as long as they continue to use this as a residence, we should be able to at least let them be able to remodel their home as needed for repairs. Thank you. That's all. I'll you.
I actually don't mind your recommendation of working with staff to bring something back. Yeah, I have a lot of questions about what the implication or ramification of various things are, like I'm saying, because it goes across a lot. So staff need time to prepare some kind of advice towards us on the recommendations. So, Councilor Ellison.
Yes, you took the words right out of my mouth. That's what I was going to suggest is maybe, and I don't know if Councilmember Tobias was also working with you on this. I don't know, based on what he just said, it sounded like there was some kind of collaboration. I'd be completely okay with, the two of you working with staff, sitting down to work out the nuances, get their feedback on different things, and then bringing back to council recommendations.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So thank you for bringing this forward. I guess for me, it's, people that built their houses before these ordinances were in place, when they built their homes, it was in the intent to live there, be there, and do what they wanted on their property. And when these overlays came over their properties, I don't think they saw it coming. And to restrict what they can do there, it just bothers me. So thank you for bringing this forward, because I just feel like these people, when they first moved into their houses, they were like, man, I'm gonna live here forever. It's my property. I can do what I want with it as long as it doesn't affect my neighbors. And for an overlay to go over it and now be really, really restrictive on what they can do there, it does bother me. And I just think about, that could happen to me. Somebody could come back and put an overlay, or my property's been in the family for, decades, and it scares me that this could happen to me as well. So it's not just me, all my neighbors, everybody else that's been in the city for a long time, built their homes early on. How does this affect us? But thank you.
The only thing I would add is that I would like to make sure that staff has the ability to weigh in.
Oh, for sure.
So the combination would be, the feedback we would get would be the suggestions of whoever's working with staff. But staff would also have expectation from council to give us their opinion on that as well. Paige, you got something? Nope. I'd like to.
Wait, sorry. I would also like to get direction to update the non-conforming uses and structures for businesses as well, using San Antonio.
San Antonio
ordinance?
Or San Marcos?
Well,
Either way.
San Marcos is going to be for the residential, and then for the business aspect, we'll do San Antonio, the city of San Antonio.
San Antonio has some provisions in their ordinance that I recommend you consider for discontinuance of non-conforming uses. If you want to apply it to just commercial, that's within your discretion. But I think there's some case law that if we change it to what San Antonio uses, it's a bit more defined. It gives you a bit more definition.
Okay.
As to when those things would end based on a period of time passing.
Well, I would think that you could bring back any changes that you want under the non-conforming uses, so long as everybody's had that time. So the more you want to change, the more cans and worms there are, the longer it'll take to bring it back. But I don't see any reason to require it to be brought back at a certain point, just whenever y'all are ready. So I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to work with Councilmember Flores-Cale and Councilmember Tobias to bring back some recommendations for changes to non-conforming uses in the form of an ordinance. Motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Ellison. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item 31, discussion of possible direction to establish a date for a special meeting of the city council to make appointments to the boards and commissions. I forgot that item was already on there, so I guess we don't even need it.
No.
I forgot, no, we added that item because we were trying to figure that out. You were trying to say 31? All right, well, we don't need 31 anymore. All right, next up, agenda item number 32. I can't believe it was already posted. Discussion and possible direction regarding minutes policy for all City of Kyle boards, commissions, and city council. Ms. Jennifer Holm.
It's so hot.
Mayor, Council, Jennifer Holm, City Secretary for the record. It's me, I'm the record. So, in the Open Meetings Act, it for minutes or recording of open meeting required, it says a governmental body shall prepare and keep minutes or make a recording of each open meeting of the body. We currently, every time we meet for council and for several other boards that we have, there's 2 recordings made. One of them is a local copy and one of them is made through our provider Swagit. And so we have a backup copy that's already created. All the ones that are successfully done through Swagit also come with a transcript that's downloadable. It takes a couple of days after the meeting for that transcript to become available, but it is there, and they're time-stamped so that you can jump to your different items. And that has greatly reduced the need to have written minutes of every meeting, especially with the number of meetings that we have been having lately. The minutes, I know a couple of weeks ago, one of our sets of minutes was 17 or 18 pages long. It's
Single-spaced.
very, very time-consuming on me and my one other staff member to do these minutes. And so I wanted to find out if the council would be supportive of me bringing back a policy that basically if we have a recording, then there's no written minutes taken, and we would just confirm that the recording is saved in a format that can be viewed and stored long-term. And then if we have a meeting, like, for example, our workshop that we had over the weekend, that there is no recording for, then we would still do written minutes for those meetings. So basically, on the council agendas, you would still have an item to approve the meeting minutes, but it would be a video recording, or it would be written minutes.
Thoughts? Councilmember Flores-Kale.
Thank you. Me and you have touched base about this issue before. I want to say there's something in the charter that says we have to take minutes. I 100% know that you are too overwhelmed by all these minutes. So in the event that we feel the need for minutes, I think we should consider outsourcing that to somebody else that can watch the video and transcribe it or figure it out. Is that something that?
We've done that before, and it was disastrous.
Okay. That's the problem, is that nobody takes minutes for these meetings better than Jennifer does. She takes extremely good minutes, and I've always appreciated it. She's asked me for years, to change up the policy, and I've always said no, because I've found the minutes to be helpful, especially when you're trying to do research. And they're helpful in a way that, just having a video file isn't as much. But the transcript method might be
We have that, and also with Swagit, we have this sound search capability, which means that if it's a verbalized word, you can actually search for where that pops up in the meeting, and it'll direct you to that spot. So I just feel like a lot with technology, the improvements that we have come across, and the difference would be that for our stored video, I don't know if it would have all those functions for the stored permanent file. I can look into what, as far as jumping ahead to items and stuff like that, I don't know that the video file would store that information, but it is available on our website. I think that there's a lot of things that even if you're looking for something when you first got on council, as time goes on, you'll be able to find that.
All right, so let me ask you a question. The current meeting that we're having right now, do you have the capability of providing that transcript off of this meeting right here? You do have that?
I will have it, but it takes a couple of days after the meeting.
Right, but you don't order it. Does it cost money?
It's like a talk to text type transcription, so it's not going to say that you said it, but it'll just be a long string of, it's like a text document.
That might go along with the video? Does it go with the video timestamp?
The note file is not a timestamped type thing.
Well, let me get to the point. What I'm trying to say is, how about we try it for this one? You follow that process and post it for the next one, and it'll give us a chance to look at whatever the minutes might be, and then we could determine there? Because I just don't know what it,
So it would be, you would be adopting the video as the minutes, which is allowed by state law. Well, it's local government code. So. I mean,
so
I
it
could-
it
I could
already
put the
provides the
transcript-
transcripts.
I could put the transcript in the backup material if you'd like, so that you can see what it looks like. But I can't put the video in the backup material. I can put a
Okay.
link to it.
Does anybody have any objections to her trying that for the next one? Put it in there?
I wouldn't mind seeing it, just to see it, because I'd hate to vote on something without seeing the process. So if we could play with it, it'd be great, you know. Send us a link to the minutes, to the video, and do the transcript. I'm curious about the transcript. I'd like to see what it looks like.
Okay, what I can do immediately is send y'all the one from the last meeting, you know, the transcript from that, and so you
Yeah,
can already see
it'd
what it
give us
looks
more
like.
time
And
to-
we have, every time we post our council agendas, there's a link to the new sound search. It's on the calendar event on our city's website for all of the public and any of you or staff to use.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
I just have real quick. I think whatever we could do, Jennifer, to help you out. I understand it takes days to get it done, and you know you've got other projects you got going on. So I don't object for trying to use new technology to help in that. And I think if we utilize that, we might be able to get more of the minutes of people, exactly what people are saying, versus trying to type or trying to figure out what exactly we actually said or didn't say. And it'll be more accurate because it'll be on video, it'll be
paraphrased
on
for sure.
film, and it will be on a recording.
Mm-hmm.
And we would just have to learn to utilize the microphone as much as possible and call in order when we need to. That way it's specified in the recording, but that's just my thoughts.
Does it require a policy change for us to do that, you're saying?
It really doesn't, but I think internally, we need to keep in mind that if there isn't a video recording, then we do need to take those minutes. And it doesn't really have to have a policy to go with it because it's allowed by local government code.
Okay.
Yeah, I concur. Your point right there, that ball can never be dropped. That always has to happen, and make sure that if it's not recorded, that it has to be. I personally like the video. I've gone back and watched what you all have said many a times, and I prefer that than reading it, certainly, because as you said, it's paraphrased. I like the mayor's suggestion of seeing how this might look, to kind of get a feel of it so the council can see that, and then we can make a decision. But I can already tell I think I'd be for it, personally.
Well, why don't we say this, for the next meeting, for this one's post in the minutes, whatever you think based on this technology, and we'll be able to take it up in the minutes. We'll just understand that it'll be a different potential backup. And then you'll have your feedback, whether we pass them or say we want to go back to your great summations.
Thank you.
I want to tell you, I'm the old guy here, so I still like book and paper in hand. But I know you're really swamped and you got a lot going on, so I'll do my best. I
Yeah,
promise.
those minutes are great because whenever there's discussion, especially after a motion, she says who says what, and then whenever we call votes, the reason I say who made the motion and who made the second is that it gets all recorded very quickly so that you can go back through and tally. So, but we'll see. So we'll see what it is. I know it's a lot, Jennifer. So thank you for always being diligent, and Carla, working on all those minutes. So. All right. If there are no objections, I'm going to move forward. Next up, agenda item number 33, discussion and possible direction regarding establishing a Keep Kyle Beautiful committee. Ms. Espinoza, thanks for sticking with us.
All right, Mariana Espinosa, Parks and Recreation Director. So, Mayor and Council, as we were writing our resolution in support of the Keep Kyla Beautiful program, we acknowledge that we should probably include a statement about how the City Council supports the Keep Kyla Beautiful Committee. But we didn't want to bring the resolution before you guys without even explaining what the committee was or the duties of the committee. So with that said, before we include the following statement, the City Council will recognize the Keep Kyle Beautiful Committee as an official committee of the City of Kyle. We wanted to discuss our thoughts for how the first committee would be formed. We began the process of becoming a Keep Texas Beautiful affiliate in May of 2020. And over the last 2 years, we've been working with the park board and staff to get everything we need to finally finish the process. We met with the Keep Texas Beautiful organization, and we also presented the program to our Parks Board a couple times. And so with Keep Texas Beautiful's recommendation and approval, and we presented the idea to the Parks Board agreed that we would have the Parks Board serve as the first committee for Keep Texas Beautiful. So then if we wanted to later on down the road change it where the city council appointed other community members or to serve on that committee, we could change it later on down the road. But starting off, we would recommend that the Parks Board serves as the first committee for Keep Kyle Beautiful. So but before we brought that resolution, we just wanted to bring that to your attention.
So couple questions. What would the committee be tasked with from a decision-making standpoint? And would it be recommendations to, is this just like a new board and commission essentially?
Right, it's like kind of like an ad hoc committee, it's just a recommending body, and we'll definitely have the task lined out for when I attach it with the resolution.
Right.
But just supporting staff in coming up with the events for Keep Kyle Beautiful, and then we have to report every month to Keep Kyle Beautiful and annually.
Okay.
So working on those projects.
The second question is, does it have any impact on the council's budgeting process for beautification or the decisions we make towards beautification contracts for, you know, you know what I mean? Like, does it impact that at all?
So the committee does not, but we do plan on putting some budget requests in for the next fiscal year as far as just adding a line for the Keep Kyle Beautiful program.
Okay, yeah, I'm wanting to make sure that if the council is wanting to take initiative towards beautification, that's a hugely important factor for me, and I know some as well, that we're able to still take that initiative and we wouldn't have to go to a committee to make a proposal, but we'd still be able to handle that directly from here.
They operate just like the park board, just a recommending body.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, no, I got the first question you had answered mine.
Oh, okay. Any other questions? Does anybody object to her, Ms. Espinoza bringing this back?
I look forward to it.
All right. Thank you
you,
so
Mariana.
much. Appreciate it. All right, next up, agenda item 34, discussion of possible direction regarding the rules of council, including but not limited to meeting links and end times. Councilmember Bradshaw.
Yes, I will be the lone wolf for this one. I brought this up for a few reasons, just largely because I think that we're all aware that the time that our meetings end is just not sustainable. None of us are functioning at full capacity, and we all are mentally fatigued, physically fatigued, and then have to make these large decisions for the city and then get in our car and drive home. So I wanted to bring it forward and really just discuss with council to come up with the best practice on how we can be most efficient and intentional with the time that we have together, so that our meetings, so that we're not looking at the clock at 11:43 in the evening, and we can be at home in our bed instead. So I have 3 suggestions, but I would definitely love to hear some other people's thoughts on it, and definitely open to other suggestions from council members as well. My first suggestion would be, in order to make sure that we have timely meetings that are not ending at midnight, would be to limit the amount of time council members have to comment and question. My second suggestion would be to limit the total amount of time that we spent on each agenda item. And my third suggestion would be to clearly define start and stop times for the council meetings, which would also create the option to start earlier and end earlier as well.
Okay.
Can you say that last one again?
Clearly define start and stop times, which would give us the option to start earlier and end earlier.
Start our meetings earlier than like 5?
Yeah, I got a job.
Well, that's why the pay situation comes in, because the bigger the cities get, the more they start meeting in the afternoon. Like even San Marcos workshops in the afternoon, I believe. So I don't quote me on that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily agreeing, but it does happen the bigger your town gets.
I know the mayor and I've had this discussion, and in the past when he said 5 o'clock, I was like, oh, 5:30, I'm good. 5 o'clock.
It's tough.
It's tough. And, you know, I'm good with maybe figuring out what our quitting time is, but a lot of us, this is a second job for us, I guess. It's more of a volunteer position than anything else. So starting earlier and putting that burden on my real job would be hard for me. Because I'm already booking it to get here, you know, after work. And I don't want to be leaving work early because that's what I do to support my family. So that would be really, really hard. But maybe getting a hard end time, I would be agreeable to. But starting earlier, I just couldn't agree to that. And we make below minimum wage here at this job, and, you know, to require other people that want to run for these positions to have to start earlier as well would be hard, so.
Councilmember Tobias.
All right, I'm hearing about starting earlier, but I also hear a lot of council members go to other meetings as well, in afternoons, sometimes mornings, and so forth. The way I look at Tuesday meetings is game day. It is game day where we make these hard decisions. And if it means that we look at changing the times, that could be a possibility. I understand Ms. Bradshaw makes good points about as it gets late, it's not so much personally for me, I can be able to handle my schedule as much as I'm up early. I've been doing it for 2 years now. But I think it gets to where we are making a good point about Ms. Holm here having to have the minutes and making sure they're correct because the meetings drag on or we have a lot of discussions, which they are valid. But I think that we've got to come up with a form of streamlining this for everybody, because I also consider staff, I also consider our audience out there first and foremost. So I understand that there's people that are like, no, I don't want to have an extra meeting on a Wednesday. I really don't want to be able to, I want to spend time with family. That's true. But we are elected officials. We are on the job 24/7. And I do hear a lot of this, well, this is, you know, I don't get paid much for this, or this is the job. We signed up for this. We signed up for this. If it was a matter of the stipend or we're not getting extra income for this because we're doing a lot, remember, this was our choice to do this. And it's my choice still to be here at midnight. But I'm doing it for my residents, I'm doing it for the city, and I'm doing it for everybody here to make sure that I can make good decisions and serve my community. So I think what we're trying to do is I hear the call to where what can we do to improve and be more efficient in the meetings. And it gets long in the night, and I think we lose a lot of people, and I've actually heard it from 5 different people. By 9:30, we lost pretty much most of our audience. So let's try to see what we can do to become more efficient. If it means putting a time, an end time, or limiting, again, the amount of time that we spend on budget items or agenda items. I watch C-SPAN all the time. They got, okay, somebody's got 5 minutes to do their spill, and if they've got over 5 minutes, they cover it over to somebody else. But it's just trying to find a better way to streamline and be more efficient in the meetings. I think that's where Ms. Bradshaw's getting at.
Councilmember Ellison.
Okay.
Councilmember Flores-Kale.
Okay, thank you. I am someone who works, but as Councilmember Tobias said, we are elected officials. And so if Tuesday we need to start at 4 o'clock, I will be here at 4 o'clock. If that means that we don't stay here till midnight or 11. I'm blessed enough that my schedule is flexible, not always. And so let me keep in mind that this week, that Friday, most everybody went to Frisco and hung out, and they were okay with 2 of us staying behind. So because of that, I am perfectly okay if 2 people can't make it to the meeting because our schedules don't allow for it. It's not necessarily fair, but that's the way it works. We cannot all be everywhere at the same time. And that's okay, as long as we have a quorum and we can make decisions collectively. I'm amendable to that. I appreciate Ms. Brashaw bringing this up because it is exhausting the next day. It is exhausting this day. I was exhausted staying up and reading a very long agenda, which is maybe something we can also do, try to limit because it's so long and I have to do my due diligence. So I think there's a variety of things we can do to include an earlier meeting, to include 2 days a week, and I don't necessarily want to do all this, but these are options. And I don't think we should scoff at people because it's not something that we agree with. I think it's perfectly okay to just brainstorm and bring these ideas because one of them might be something that the other person likes. So I am open to just about anything to make it so we're not here till midnight, whether that be 2 days, whether that be starting earlier, whatever it takes for us to get through all this stuff and be able to make good decisions. I'll do whatever I have to do.
Councilmember Parsley.
I just want to add a little bit to what Councilmember Tobias and Councilmember Flores-Kell said. I mean, we are elected officials. We signed up for this, so we're going to have to do whatever we have to do to make sure that we go through all the agenda items and we are mentally capable to make the same decisions from the beginning to the end. And what I don't want to do is being so tired that I'm overseeing something. So maybe starting earlier is something that I will be, I mean, I work until 5:30, but Tuesdays I know I have to adjust my schedule for this meeting. I don't mind doing it again. Maybe sometimes we'll have to do Tuesday and Wednesday, and that's what we have to do, then that's what we will do. The other thing I believe is if we all read the agenda, which I'm sure we all do, and I'm the newest person in here, and get our questions answered before coming here, and the discussion becomes a little less long when we're talking about agenda items in between us, and that may be able to help speed the process when we are making a decision. I believe there is a lot of back and forth and stories that may not be completely necessary to have, and that could potentially help, I don't know, shorten the time. That's my opinion.
My thoughts are pretty much in agreement with everything that's been said. I did want to add that, so for example, the last meeting we had, we did split Tuesday to Thursday, and it was probably, in my estimation, about the same length as this one. There's not a lot of difference. The reason for splitting the last meeting up, which was we hadn't done it before, but it was to try to make it so that we weren't staying so late. Plus, we didn't have a lot going on before and after. And that, I think that worked out really, really well, frankly, because we ended around 10 o'clock the first night, and then the second night we came back with completely refreshed, and we got right to business, and that meeting was just a couple hours, so I might say is a 3 or 4 hour meeting and then a 2 hour meeting or something along those lines, 2 or 3, and those were easier. Without doubt, I've been doing this for a very long time, and I do gain in fatigue. I do find myself wanting to rush through items because I'm exhausted, not wanting to limit debate towards the end. So there's commentary about that. The reason I didn't do it this time is because the council has spent all day Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, or half day Sunday, and then here we are with a late meeting on Tuesday, and then we've got another potential meeting the following Tuesday, and then another meeting the following Tuesday. So to add a Wednesday meeting in the middle of all that, I didn't think was the right thing to do. But I just knew there was just no chance we'd be able to finish this kind of an agenda based on the way we currently flow through these items, which I don't think that our discussions are like the boards and commissions policy item. I was going through that as quickly as I possibly could. The way to go through it was point by point. It just takes a little while to get that decision made. And then if you're limiting, the other question is who gets booted and how does that work? Is it just because of where you are on the agenda, which I know has been a discussion of late, and that's not something that we necessarily want to happen. But it is a priority in my mind to make sure that the items that are ready for action, items that have been noticed in the paper, that have public hearings attached to them, anything that's those kind of items need to be dealt with during the meeting, because a lot of them, like I said, are noticed in papers and called for, asking for public to come on that particular day. We should try to take it up. So. if we establish something like an 11 o'clock timeline or end, what would happen there might be there would be 2 or 3 items potentially. So I don't know what 11 o'clock was for us here, but it's the majority of the general discussion and possible direction, the items that, and these are all important things for us to discuss. And they would all get booted, and then the question would be, do you recess until the next day if you reach your deadline? Which is something we could do. Even if it's not posted, we have 24 hours. We could say, all right, it's 11, we've hit our curfew, so we'll come back. But at the same time, if it's 11 and we've got 30 more minutes to go or 45 more minutes to go, is that something we're going to want to force ourselves to do, which is to adjourn the meeting and come back the following day? So. And then the other thing is time limits per item is a challenge because there are some items that take us 30 seconds, that it take longer to read the item than to deliberate. And then there are some items that take 30 minutes. And it's just really hard in my mind to figure out how to put a parameter on one and not necessarily the other. I mean, if we said no more than 10 minutes per item, of deliberation, then, so one way you might could do it is you could say we could require motions and second early, which technically we do, and I know, but it's still kind of a flow. I'm trying to always find that flow, but if you get harder with requiring motions and seconds before we open up for debate and discussion, there could be a time limit then from the moment that we get, so that's after a presentation or a public hearing or whatever. Once it gets to us, motion, second, then there's a time clock that starts essentially right there. And if we're not complete with our deliberations, we have the ability to extend the timeline. But if we're following the rule, then we would cease debate at a certain amount of time after the motion and second and call for the vote. So still, it's going to be challenging each and every time, because if it's something you care about and I'm trying to call for a vote quickly and you have more you want to say, I generally don't call for a vote until everybody said everything they want to say per policy. I think I do that for my own survival. I don't think anybody would like me trying to shut them down and call for votes, except on the rare occasion. So that's just all the feedback I have. I don't know that necessarily helps. It is an important discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so first of all, Friday was posted and all council members were supposed to be there. So how is that different from a Tuesday meeting? And second was, if you have to be there at 5 o'clock because you're an elected official, you have to be there till you're 11 o'clock because you're an elected official. That's what you were elected for. That argument doesn't work. At 5 o'clock, 11 o'clock, it's still time. You're still here about the same amount of moments. So what if we have to be here at 12 o'clock on Tuesday, Councilmember Tobias? Will you be able to make it?
Well,
what I'm saying is this.
Because you're talking about if we're elected, and we have to be here at a certain time.
All right, we ask him a question.
Yeah. Okay, all right, let me finish now. Let me finish. The point I'm trying to make is, yes, a lot of us have jobs, a lot of us work, and a lot of us can get off by 4 o'clock, a lot of us can get off by 5. The point I'm trying to make is that it seems like I hear from people that says, when it comes to the meeting days, I can't make it on time, or let's don't start it early because of my job. Yes, I understand that, but at the same time, that there's people that do make time during the day to go attend other meetings. I'm trying to find a solution that would best fit for everybody. A suggestion that I would come up with is if we've got items like this, for example, and we have over 35 items, we just bump it down an hour. Meeting starts at 6. Okay? If you can't do that, okay. All right.
It's not okay because you can only miss so much time. You can only be late so many days to so many meetings because we made the rules of council amendment. Now you're kicking council members off. Is that your objective?
Well,
to kick council elected council members by the people off of the dais?
We show up at executive at 5:30. We show up at executive at 6. What I'm saying is that the meeting is the most important, not executive. the meeting begins.
So you're saying get rid of executive session?
No, I didn't say that. You didn't let me
Okay.
finish.
All right.
What I'm saying is, if we have these large items here, we can start the meeting early. We can say, we're gonna start at 6. The meeting will start at 6. And then we can get through as much as we can, knowing that we have an executive right afterwards. Okay? And then that way we can be able to get all this work done ahead of time when the people are here. Because when we go to the back and the people are here, they're waiting on us. They're waiting on us.
I would say that I don't think that the flow of people out of the building is ever going to change.
No,
It's always been that way.
yeah,
You start
exactly.
at 6.
So I'm trying to
within,
find a
you know,
better way, another way of looking at it. Like if it means that we've got a large agenda items that we start an hour early, or if we have to get a cutoff at 12, but if we have to continue the next day, then we know that on these agenda items here, we would make sure that, or try to make it the next day for Wednesday. I'm not saying let's cut it all out and everybody show up at 12. I'm not saying that. I'm being reasonable on this. Okay, I'm being reasonable for everybody, including staff, because yeah, let's have a meeting at 12 o'clock. Guess what? We just pulled them from their lunch hour. We just pulled them from their developer meetings. We just pulled Mariana from making an inspection in the parks. That's not what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to get at, let's find a way to where we can streamline this a lot easier. And if it means that our discussions go back and forth, well, I want to add this, add that, so be it. You have a right to say that. But I'm just trying to find a way to, and I think Ms. Bradshaw's on the same page, is that try to find a way to streamline these meetings so that everybody can be involved. That's all it is.
And I'm good with streamlining these meetings. I still have the floor. I'm still good with streamlining the meetings. I've always been in favor for that, but I don't want to create a situation where the working class isn't allowed to run for council because we made this amendment. We're going to start these meetings earlier. I mean, this is still pretty much a volunteer position, and when people want to volunteer, I just feel like this council is deterring volunteerism. I kind of feel that way. It just feels like on our boards of commissions, we're deterring volunteerism. On our council now, sitting council members, we're going to deter volunteerism because I'm still a volunteer in here. Even though I get a stipend, I'm still a volunteer. I'm doing this because I want to serve my community. I'm not doing this because it's what I do for a living. It's a volunteer position. And I would hate to see people, especially blue-collar people, pushed out of this process and not being here to represent the people of Kyle.
But that's the whole point as well, to streamline it to where they don't feel like, wow, I'd love to run for council, but these guys go till 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay? Wouldn't it be easier to just say, hey, look, we're trying to make the process easier, even if it means that we start at 6 o'clock, and then we can, when we know we got a heavy agenda items, it also is going to help staff, because look at it, we're discussing this, and it's 12 o'clock in the morning. It's the point of trying to say, yes, these guys are up all night. I don't want to run. But if we make it to where we can make it more efficient for everybody, especially for heavy items, and the mayor and I've talked about that before. When it comes to heavy items, over 35 agenda items, those are the times that we're saying. If we've got some that are 28, I think we can get through them all.
Well,
But
as
it's the real
I
heavy
was saying, if we didn't have so much we've done before this and after, I thought the last one went well, and I probably would have split this one up also. But I just, this is one where I just knew we had to power through no matter what, really, because we don't have any process in place. Councilmember Bradshaw.
I certainly hear and understand not being able to be here earlier, absolutely. However, I do agree with Councilmember Tobias that the same argument could be made for staying here late, because it makes it that just as much unattainable as getting here early for people who do have to wake up and go to work and take kids to school the next day. Also agree with Councilmember Flores-Kale, and there are so many Wednesdays when I have woken up feeling like I have been hit by a truck because of all of the energy that I exerted the night before. touching back on what Mayor said in regards to limiting agenda items, I hear your concerns, and I definitely agree with what you're saying. There are some things that we could do, like limiting or timing presentations, like we just watched today. That could have been a PowerPoint that was emailed to us, and we could have responded with questions.
I agree.
Proclamations is another one. So there are options there as well. I think for the most part, you know, we're all passionate, and that's why we're here. But sometimes these things, it's almost like they just kind of take control and dictate our time, when really we're the ones up here. We're the ones who should be saying, okay, listen, I've heard enough about your transportation plan. Thank you for sharing. And just kind of take that back, because we're here to get things done. So those are my thoughts.
Any other thoughts? Any single idea that we could just try to implement, just to see what happens, that we think might be substantive?
I just have a question. Could we do executive sessions on different days than meetings? Is that something to consider? Maybe doing one day executive session and then the other day the meeting?
I'd give anything if we could do executive session remotely. That would be nice.
I don't know about, well, I don't know.
You can be there remotely. Is the
I was
requirement
going
for
to
us
say,
to
maybe
be in
we
the
could
same
get a
room?
rotation going. I can be there remotely. You have to have a quorum of council present.
To roll call, and then after that, in executive session, there's no.
You have to have a quorum present, physically present at the building.
My other question is, could we, and if everybody is okay with it, or could we start the meeting or executive at 4:30 and then meeting at 6? No? Okay. I'm just trying to weigh in options.
I like the idea of executive being on a different day than the meeting. It takes up 2 hours. And so I feel like if we could get started 2 hours earlier, we could be, I would be 10 o'clock right now. So.
Yeah, because sometimes we even have to rush through items through executive.
Right.
And we would like to
Well,
discuss.
so part of the reason for the 7 o'clock consistent start time through the years is that it's consistent for the public, so they know when. But then also 7 o'clock is good for our residents. If you start, having the meeting start at 3 or at 4, it does eliminate a lot of people from coming. 7 o'clock is right after dinner, and everybody can come in and participate for as long as they want. My experience is that lots of people like to come in for the first bit, but there's very few normally who are here with us. Congratulations for those of you who've made it here to the end. It's a rare thing, frankly. It's normally an empty building that we leave to every single meeting, and I don't think that that's necessarily wrong. I think we need to try to come up with a way to go through items faster without limiting the contributions that we're all making, which are all valid. I mean, so the point is, if everybody's got something to say, and everybody wants to make their points heard, and they've spent a lot of time preparing and researching, and they got things they want to say, that they should be allowed to do so. But at the same time, maybe they shouldn't be allowed to have, maybe we shouldn't allow each other really to have the floor for more than, sort of a set period of time. Which again, it's not something I want to do, is to be telling y'all you've hit your time limit. But at the same time, I'll try anything if there's a way to make us go through these items faster.
We got to keep in mind that we limit our citizens to 3 minutes, and sometimes we can go on forever. Maybe just being cognizant of that and holding ourselves accountable could help that.
We're the only ones who can, because we're the judge of our of our members, and so we're the only ones who can hold ourselves accountable to making it shorter. It's just not easy.
And being, I don't know how to even phrase this, is to be, considerate of your other council members' time and the time they put in here on the dais. So trying to limit ourselves in conversation sometimes. Sometimes we can be our own clock keepers. You know what I mean? So something to think about.
Anything else? Well, your item, I didn't know if
Well,
you wanted to make.
I kind of like all of the above. I kind of like saying we're going to finish by 11. We're going to be aware of how long we're spending on particular items. Obviously, heavier items we should anticipate spending more time on, but presentations like the ones we just had, we can say you've got 2 minutes. Here you go. And then, yeah, so definitely just making sure that we're diligent about the amount of time that we're spending on items and being aware of the conversations that we're having ourselves. And also, I think that if we just mentally knowing, hey, we got to wrap up by 11, just like we do when we're in executive session, we are more efficient and we are going through things at a much more effective pace than what we do out here, because we know we're coming out here at 7. So I think just having that in time in mind is going to be helpful.
I just have a question about, it's the rules of council, but can we create some kind of guidelines for the council agenda items? I know we had a vote that everything went on top, but it seems like people can just request to be put at the bottom. And since I was never allowed to request to be put at the top, I feel like our vote was we all go at the top. And then when we start the meeting, if somebody wants to go at the bottom, then collectively as a dais, we can take that vote, or just, oftentimes you say, does anybody have a problem with it? And then we move on. So I would like to see something like that, so we can all have a voice in the vote that we've already taken, and so we don't kind of disregard that. So if the agenda could be finalized with our vote that we previously took, and then if somebody wants to move their item, we can just collectively talk about it during the meeting. I think that would be.
I think there's maybe some ambiguity there, and that needs to be clarified. So, because I'm not sure that I agree that the vote that was taken was intended to say that, it was intended to say if you want your item to be at the top of a section, that whoever sets the agenda can't not put it there, or that might be the default. I don't know that it was intended to say that if somebody wanted to have it towards the end, that they couldn't. So either way, we can clarify it in the rules of council. We can go through it now, or we can go through it later. I'm really happy with this particular version. I'm sure y'all have all noticed that it changed it up based on that feedback of putting things at the top. It just, I don't use a lot of sections generally, but as it relates to sections, I thought this one was pretty well thought out and still compliant with the rules, but you know,
So I wasn't trying, okay, so for me personally, when I took the vote, and I took a vote because I didn't make the motion, it wasn't just about my item, it was everybody's item. I think I would have loved to seen Councilmember Bradshaw's item up top. I think it's important. I wish you would have brought this weeks ago. And so it was not about my items having to be at the top. It was just about making sure that as council, we had a voice, and that we weren't talking at 2 a.m. to ourselves. And so it wasn't, again, meant for anybody in particular, just everybody. And so I guess my assumption was, since prior to the motion, I couldn't just request myself to be at the top, that we also, since we made a vote to everybody to be at the top, we couldn't just request to be at the bottom either. But I think it would be nice to have some kind of clarification on that. So because it bothers me. And I was going to call a point of order, and I did not, because we were all getting along, and it was a good day, and I didn't want to ruin it. But I'm glad Ashley brought the rules of council back, because I thought, okay, this is a perfect opportunity for us to collectively, again, it's not my way. You know, this was not my vote. Although I did vote in it, and it approved. But we did that all together. And so when we change items, I'd also like to do that all together.
Yeah. So I just want to, so if I want my item at the end, I don't want council dictating where I put it. Now, I truly feel that we took that vote because you had an issue with your items, and I think, I'm not speaking for council, but for me, when I voted for that, was so that you could get your items at the top. I was voting for you. I wasn't voting to move mine to the top. I was voting so you could get yours, because you had a concern. I felt bad for you, and I said, you know what? If this is happening to her, it shouldn't be happening. So I'm voting so that way you could get yours to the top. But for me, I don't want anybody dictating that I can't put mine at the end, because that now you're dictating to me. So what was happening to you is almost happening to me. Now you're forcing me to put mine at the top. So it's not really what I wanted. But finishing, I just wanted to thank Ashley for bringing this forward. It's a great discussion to have, and you know, I think as a council we can do a little better, and that's, you know, we've got a great staff. Asking questions beforehand is a way to get some of these answers that we need on these agenda items, because we get these the Thursday before. And then the other thing is that sometimes we do have thoughts we want to share with the public. We could do that really precise and quickly and be done. But I really agree with you on the presentations. We really need to limit that. And I learned my lesson on that last year when I had Larry Simone come in here and give us an hour presentation. And I love Larry. He's a great guy, but that was on me. I should have gotten with Larry. I should have talked to him about the parameters, what the time limit was, and that totally was my fault, not Larry. So, you know, it was a lesson learned. So definitely. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Well, some of the challenge with the presentation links is the way presentations come to the council. A lot of times it's staff bringing forward or some presenter. So it's not always easy for me to make sure that everyone is aware that the presentation they're preparing cannot exceed a certain time. So it would be clear, it would be better if we did make that a rule and somehow could, you know, which would just put the onus on me and Scott and whoever else to make sure that rule is followed. But then anyone requesting a presentation would have to get in the habit of limiting it to a particular time. And yet, at the same time, there are some presentations that we want to hear from, and they take longer. You know, so I don't know what to say. So we can either try to make something formal, or I can just take your feedback as noted, and I'm sure Scott I'm not sure where he's at. Do we know where Scott went?
Yeah, he doesn't feel well. He didn't feel well.
All right. Anything else? Motion to adjourn. All right.
And again.